I
Like
do. I do like to
you,
start it when
you,
we don't know. It's like a
you,
horrible habit
you,
of mine.
you think you're just sitting there waiting for a stream, and the next thing you know, he's just broadcasting it so everybody can hear you auto-correcting about how you. Oh shit! Shutting up. Okay, not falling into that trap again.
What's up, everybody? It's DH Thorne here, coming at you live with my good friend, Flend, the fresh priest of Bel Air, and my
I...
delicious wife, T. Camilla Thorne. Everybody say what's up. Hopefully you can hear us okay. We won't have a sound check girl tonight, so if I fuck that up, then it's my fault, but then it's all on you to tell me if the audio's working. So someone please, if you're in the chat, be like, hey, I can't hear you, but you have this giant fireball behind you.
I'm hoping we're good.
Oh. Oh my God, DH, turn around. It's right behind you.
Whoa, what's
Oh
the
no,
matter?
it's already too late.
What? Is it the ghost behind me? I think I got a ghost behind me too. Woo. Audios. Everybody says adios. Oh no, he said audio's good. Okay, I thought he said adios.
Adios.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? So tonight we thank you, Steroid. I see your super chat right off the
Steroid
bat.
Maximus with the early super chat says, I hope I'm in the right place. Mr. Biden, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
I did not have relations with that ice cream cone.
I am under good authority. I can't say the exact flavor, but I do hear Mr. Biden likes his ice cream a salty flavor.
Yeah, probably a little bit. Probably a little bit. As does Trump, though. He likes the tears of his enemies. So yeah, I didn't watch it. I hear it's still going on.
Urine's pretty salty, too. I think that's what he likes.
I didn't watch it today,
he gets his glorious glow.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on, but if you want to have a play-by-play by some of the cool people on my Discord server, you can join my Discord server tonight. We just put up a political channel that's optional only for people who don't mind arguing with each other, but try to keep it clean, guys. We put it there so we could ignore it, if that makes sense, because we figured we could have everybody just burst out in political conversation in the main channel, or be like, here, put it in the political channel. This way, we don't have to look at it if we don't want to. So it's a lot easier to just change the channel that way. So, yeah.
Which I appreciate so much. I like having it there where I can ignore, because like I said, just talking politics makes me want to take one last sing on Cobain's microphone.
I like how within a minute of me starting the channel, the first thing you did was like, I'm not going in there. I'm like, relax, dude. It's okay. I got it. You're like, no, it's not for me. Nope. You noped it.
Fucking shit.
So what's up, everybody? Necronicky's in the house. We got Lowland Asin. We've got Roaring Lion. Hello, Roaring Lion. We got Arachnos, Limia Nightstorm, who's a nice person too. She's been hanging out with us in the Discord channel as well. Damiante and Furnace just joined recently, I believe. Yeah, General 7. What's up, General 7? Lucas Vos, Elric Ragazzi.
Morningstar, Eddie Romanov, Elena L, Eric Rajasity, J.M. Draco.
And Elena Remy. Oh, yes, baby. Elena's here. If she's hanging out in the chat, that means she's probably going to call in. So we're going to have a nice conversation with her at some point. So, yeah. So I've got a new brazier setup I'm trying. This is a little bit different than what I usually have going, so it's not going to be as energetic. I've got it limited. It's got basically a wick on it, so it's just going to be more like an alcohol fire at this point. So if you guys see this catch on fire, don't freak out. I do have a fire putter outer, a fire extinguisher, handy and ready to go. So in case it gets really crazy, yeah, I should be able to just blot it out with my soul. It shouldn't be too bad. If you hear me screaming in pain, it's probably just my body screaming. I'm fine. So we brought on the illustrious T. Camilla tonight to hang out with us, and she's sitting in the black light, so you can actually see that although it's not maybe showing up as well on the camera as it does in real life, that really cool, oh my God, it's a tiki torch, Steroid says, oh my God, don't even say that. There's very nice people on both sides. You can see that it's glowing blue, but in the black light it really...
Quick.
What's that?
I could turn the light off real quick.
Nah, I think it's fine. Can you hear
me?
Yeah, I hear you, but you're a little delayed.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you're a little slow. We'll just have to give you time.
When am I not a little slow?
Yeah, well, you know, I get slow sometimes too.
Welcome to the club.
So tonight we were going to talk about a bunch of things, including ghosts and stuff. And let's see if we can get the view count up a little bit first before we get into story time. But
So wait.
yeah.
So I was all fucked up. I was so into non-dualism and everything that time ceased to exist. The entire fourth dimension just melted away like an old candle.
Yep.
Because I thought we were gonna do that
next week,
right
yeah,
before.
so was I. But then you told everybody, so I told everybody. Jerk.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Hey, no, I fucked up. I've just been like I haven't had a moment of rest for the past couple days. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Ignore me. I'm just the dude who sniffs termite turds over here. I don't know what I'm doing.
There's nothing wrong with termite turds, man. That's what makes the wood grow.
At least we have a subject.
Yeah, we do have some subjects we can talk about, including that. No, we can spread it out anyway. If people want to do it this night, and then we can always have another ghost story night on Saturday. I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, next Saturday. Because, yeah, I was under the impression this week was the week of Halloween, too, for some weird reason. I don't know why. I did kind of just...
I think we all time traveled. It has to be the reason.
I think
you
we
know what I
universe
think
jumped.
it is? I think it's because my work is already done for the season.
Yeah, could be. It could be.
Like 2 weeks early.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no, more like a month early.
Like a month early, yeah. Would you have
Yeah.
one customer today the whole day?
I had one customer at $4.55 for a $12 sale.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, in case you guys don't know, my wife is actually in the back where I have my altar normally set up. So, she's actually in the cooler spot, but it's not. I don't have that set up to be as easy to manage an electronic empire from. So, I'm kind of jealous because she's got my altar there. If she wanted, she can just do magic while we're all talking. But I have my mini one here out here, so it's all pretty cool. All right. So anyway. Let's start the ball rolling with. Do you want to talk about our trip to Jane's Hill, where we started the Shadowgate gates, or do you want to do something else, honey? What do you want to talk about?
I'm cool with the Jane's Hill thing.
Yeah. So for those of you who are part of the Shadowgate project, some of you guys are, some of you aren't. There's only about 30 people in the group for that on Facebook by design. I don't want a lot of people involved, but some of you know that we have a project going on, which is culminating on Halloween night. Where we have several people that are going to be opening gates to the abyss to help the shadow people come through and integrate with humanity a little bit easier, we'll say. So several gates have already gone up, they've already started, and the final opening will of course happen after they've had time to collect some energy. So a lot of other people, General Seven's hoping my house burns down. Thank you, General Seven, I appreciate that. It's not as close to the curtain as it looks. It's got a good 1.5 clearance, but yeah. So we started doing that, and on the night of the new moon, actually we had to wait a night because of the weather. We went down the very next night. It was still technically the new moon, but it was like just getting a little sliver of itself together. So we went down that night and we started the work, and we went up there, and of course we got to the spot, and there was like, I don't know, 5 carloads of teenagers.
5 cars.
Yeah.
10 kids.
Yeah. So there was like 5 carloads of teenagers there. And I'm like, well, whatever. I guess this place became popular over the years because it's got so many local legends going on about it. I guess that's what it is. It is a Saturday night.
Now, to preface this real quick, it is on a dead-end street all by itself.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a place in, it's a place called Jane's Hill. And it's part of the Sweet Hollow Road and Mount Misery trinity of local urban legends of major hauntings, and it is. I've been there a lot growing up. It is one hell of a sight if you're into haunted locations. Most people can go there and be like, "This just feels creepy," and it's like, yeah, it's
creepy.
Yeah, it's got that
As soon as you
vibe.
go down the hill from, like, doesn't matter which direction. As soon as you go down, because it's at the top, the boulder. As soon as you travel down any of those pathways, like 5 steps in, it just instantly hits you.
Yeah, it's got a vibe to it, and I always take video as we're driving up because it feels like you're going into like some kind of a horror movie or something, driving up that road. And I guess
actually it feels almost like for some reason you're going to the hospital in Outlast.
Okay, yeah, a little bit,
a little bit like ominous, like that kind of thing.
Which I guess if you're from the country, it probably doesn't seem that weird, but for around here, it's a creepy road. So you go up there, and so all these kids are hanging out. So we're like, all right, let's just see what they do. I don't want to go up there when there's a bunch of people up there, because even if they're not going to bother us, I don't want to be, I don't want to have people around. So we go up there, and all these people are there, and we just sit in the car waiting. Finally, they all leave, and it took them a little while. And so
they took their sweet ass time.
Yeah, they took their sweet ass time. And so we go up to the top, and we're alone, and it's pitch black, which is fine. And we don't use flashlights because I see really good in the dark, and I barely need it most of the time, especially if I know where I'm going. And I like to keep my eyes adjusted for the dark, so I don't use a flashlight unless I have to. So we walk up there in the dark, and we're setting up, and I'm just feeling the energy. I need to relax a little bit. I feel like there's a lot of people there that were there. I feel like the energy's a little weird, and I'm like, I'm just going to wait a little bit till the air clears, till I feel like it's safe and peaceful before I set this thing up. And so then what I did was I started to connect with the area and feel the ley line nexus that is in that spot. When all of a sudden we started to hear the thumping of car doors and a gaggle of girls giggling is the only way I could describe it. And Camilla, you said you saw like a flash of a light or something at one point. I don't know if that was before or after the car doors.
That was actually, it was after the car doors, but it wasn't an actual light.
Yeah. It was like in your mind's eye, you saw a light.
We were facing the boulder off to the south of where we were standing, and I mean, it's happened several times to me before. Like one of them, when I was initiating with Nyarlathotep outside, it was a cloudy night, and it was like all of a sudden the full moon came out, but it wasn't out, and it would just illuminated the whole area.
Yep.
Essentially, that's what happened that night, only it was directed from behind us.
And now that you mention it, I feel like I saw it too, because I've had that happen where like we've been going to bed at night, and I've seen flashes like that while we're falling asleep. And I've often thought like maybe that's just like something in my head, or who knows. I mean, people have said that there's things that can give you the apparent vision of a flash in your eyes when it's a spirit or something. It's possible. I guess I've heard things like that. I don't know. I've never really confirmed it, but that could be. Maybe you were having, maybe a spirit was talking to you like, hey, boo.
It's not a flash though. It's a prolonged exposure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it lasts. The one I was outside with my initiation, that lasted for probably about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Fuck.
Yeah. Nikki's commenting on my cool ass doll behind me. I love that doll. I love the eyes of it. It's got button eyes. It reminds me of that
Coraline.
Yeah, Coraline. Fucking great movie. I love Coraline. Fucking spooky weird shit.
It reminds me of Alita Battle
It's one of his
Angel.
best.
What's that?
It reminds me of Alita Battle Angel with those eyes.
Oh fuck yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say too, having a big flash of light, especially in that setting, come from behind you is so much creepier than in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh god, is there car lights on me? Like, what the fuck is about to happen?
You don't know.
When you're in the middle of the woods, though, you're in the middle of the woods and there's no road around you, and there's nobody around you. It's really not as creepy.
No, it's not. It's like because we're in that spot. If you look it up on a map, it's actually got a lot of room, but it's like civilization's encroaching on it more and more all the time. And it is a protected area because it was like Walt Whitman's territory, so it's sort of historic, so they don't build there, but it is there. Anyway, so we're up there and we're kind of trying to relax, and we hear car doors, and I'm like, fuck, I got to do this. So I kind of rush through and set up the stones that go for the gate. For those of you who know how this works, you've got the ritual, you've done it yourself, you know what I'm talking about. So I had to set up the stones for the corners of the gate, and I do that really quick, and I'm doing the last one, and I'm getting distracted because I know they're coming, and I'm like, fuck, I'm losing my connection. I'm like, you know what we'll have to do is we'll have to wait till they leave and do some more stuff after. At which point, I hear the whisper in my head from Legion that says, no, scare the shit out of them anyway, basically. No, I want their fear, I think was exactly what he said. I want their fear. I'm like, okay, that's fun. All right. So April and I are standing there, and I don't know if I told you I heard that, honey, but I know you must have known because I was like, no, we're going to use their fear energy. I think I said that. So we you have to understand how April, how we look when we're there in the night. We're wearing trench coats and all kinds of creepy stuff. Like, we're spooky as fuck to most people. And so
real quick, since everybody knows my real name now, my name is April. Yes.
Nobody would have cared if you just left it alone.
Now
we're gonna fight.
I thought
from
you were
two
just saying
different
you
rooms.
were out in April.
Yeah, it was the middle of April when we were there. No, anyway.
Cool.
But
That's cool.
don't kill me. You see that look? I just had a piece of my soul taken. So we're there in the dark, looking really gothic and creepy like vampires, and we're just kind of hanging out there. And in the dark, when this gaggle of girls comes like scurrying up the path, scared, they don't know how to walk in the dark. They got their flashlights. They're stumbling all over each other. They're creeped out. I think it's a little further. Oh, it's so dark. Wouldn't it be scary if people were up there? And I'm just like, oh, this is going to be good. And so they kind of turn the corner, and they don't see us at first because they got their bright flashlights on, and we're wearing black in the dark. So we're like ninjas standing there. We're about, 20 feet away from them all. And they turn the corner, and they spot us. And when they spot us, they jump like little, like if you ever scare a rabbit or a cat, they jump like that. They're like, ah! And yeah, they shrieked. They're like, oh my God, who is that? Oh my God, what's that? What's over there? Oh shit. And they got the shit scared out of them. And I'm like, I even told Camilla, I'm like, just straight face, just keep a straight face the whole time, like no matter what happens, just be straight.
And it was hard.
What's that?
It was hard.
It was hard because it got funny. So they freaked the fuck out. And I think the first things I said to them were, it's a lot more fun if you come out here with your lights off.
She goes, oh my God, what is this? To which DH responds, this is hanging out.
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
This is Goth Night at the Crypt, motherfuckers.
Yeah, basically. And luckily, we finished up the main ritual part, so it didn't matter anymore. As they're getting scared, like when they jumped, I felt like that wave of energy like shoot across the area. I'm like, oh yeah, that's going to be great for the gate. That is so great for the gate. So
are you part of the scavenger hunt?
Yeah, so they asked us, are you guys part of the scavenger hunt? To which I'm like, oh, that means that's why there was a big group of people before, and we're probably going to get more of them. All right. So they're scurrying around now. They're still scared, but they're now like a little bit, we're not attacking them, so they must figure it's at least reasonable. And they start walking around, but they're eyeballing us everywhere they go. Like they're keeping us to their side. Like they never took their backs directly to us. Maybe like one of them did. And they're looking for this. They're looking for
a QR code.
A QR code. Well, of course, I put one of the sigils to Legion right under the QR code, along with everywhere else in the area. So as they're looking for it, they're all seeing it. Some of them are commenting on it, and they're just like, but they don't see the QR code. Like they get so scared they can't even finish looking at the QR code. So like, you know what? Fuck it. We don't
touched it.
Yeah, we're like, we don't need it. We don't need this one. Maybe we don't need this one. Let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. Let's go. So they leave. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we can finish up a few more of these sigils and stickers, and then we'll go. So we wait for them to leave all the way down the trail, and then we start putting up the rest. And while we're putting up the rest, go. Oh, you think it's at the top of the hill? Like, we just hear more people coming. We're like, oh, this is going to be great.
And we don't want to be going down the hill while others are coming up, passing them along the way. We figured, okay, we'll leave after this group is done.
And this group kept coming. Like, there was more and more of this group that just kept coming.
As soon as they were gone, the next one came.
So this one comes up, this next one comes up, and I think this was the teenage boy one. It wasn't the family yet. I think it was the teenage boy one.
Yeah, no, it was the teenage boy one, yeah.
So they come up, and we're standing there, spooky as fuck again. And they get scared too. Like, they're like, oh, who the fuck is that? And then I say the line, I'm like, yeah, it's a lot more...
Before they saw, I said, is that a dead body over there?
Yeah. And I said the line, it's a lot more fun if you come up here with your lights off. And then the guy's like, wait, you guys are seriously up here in the dark with no light? I'm like, yeah. Don't you need lights to see? I'm like, not everybody needs lights to see, buddy. And I can tell the way I said it creeped him out. Yeah, not everybody needs lights, And so they're looking for it, and they not only do they see the sigils, they're touching them, they're rubbing on them. They're like, what is this, Illuminati stuff? Like, what is this? And they're all fucking with them, and like, so then
taking pictures.
So the QR code's right there. So they have to take pictures of it, and they have to blah blah blah. So they're all like eyeballing it, and some of them took pictures of it. And I'm like, oh, this is perfect. They're charging my gate without even. Oh man, that gate's going to be getting so many charges. Please put that on Instagram, please.
Because it's like I said when we were up there too. It's one thing to put the stickers up and know that people are going to see them and interact. It's a whole other story when you see it happening in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of October on a dark night.
Mm-hmm. And they're all scared already.
This place is never busy.
Yep.
And of all nights that we go, it's a scavenger hunt with potentially 100 people getting there.
Yep. Please make a post on Instagram or Facebook about it, guys. Make sure this weird symbol was seen here. Is there some kind of a cult there? Yeah, some people thought it was Illuminati-like. Absolutely. So then they finish up and they're getting ready to leave when we hear the sound of more car doors and giggling. And so we decide, you know what, we're standing right in the middle of everything and we feel like we're hosting the event. So we're like, let's move off to the side. So we go off to the side, and this huge family of, like, I'm going to say, I don't know, 15 people, it felt like?
Easily.
Like 12 people?
I mean, they had everywhere between, like, 3 years old and 50 years old.
Yeah. They're coming up here looking for this thing, and so we still were a little creepy on the side. I wasn't as rude to them because they had little kids, but, you know, it was still fun. And there was this one dude who was completely oblivious to everything. He was sitting there, like, on his camera phone the whole time. Like,
didn't even know we were there.
Didn't see us, walks like almost trips over us, taking pictures of everything, and he takes a picture of the rock with the sigil on it. Now, for those of you who don't know, because none of you are from here, Janes Hill has a giant boulder like the size of my left ass cheek. It's huge, and it's like right there at the top of Janes Hill with a big plaque on it. And I put one of the sigils bang right on it. And this Halloween we're going to finish it off. I'm going to bring something. We're going to actually carve it into the wood some places too. So yeah, so this place is going to get has been sigilized. The energy's pouring into it, and so a lot of people interacted with the sigil intentionally. Like they all looked at it and was like, "What is that? Who put that there? I wonder what that means. Why do I see this? Where is this Illuminati sign everywhere?" So a lot of people are picking up on it. So the gate's getting charged really well on my site, and so this is going to be really good. Hopefully that's Eric's like, "Damn, that's a big boulder. You got that right, baby. It's almost as big as my left nut." Huge, fucking enormous.
The balls on this man opening shadow gates. He is.
The balls did it. It wasn't even the power of magic. It was my balls did it. So yeah, so we got that all set up and then we left. So that's our first story of. So the interesting thing is that's actually a perfect result because Legion's gate, that gate that I set up, got charged with all of that attention energy the first night. Whereas normally I'd think, oh, I wouldn't want a lot of people there to interfere with it, but this was actually perfect. Normally I wouldn't want that. This was perfect.
It was the right timing and everything.
Yeah, it was like it was planned. It was like this couldn't have gone better. I felt like we were in those, you know, those funny videos where they have like the guy who's supposed to have like telekinetic powers, but it's just set up, and like he comes out like and he scares everybody, making the garbage cans move. That's what it felt like. I felt like we were doing a live version of that.
Well, it was kind of funny too, because like the night that we went to get the stones was a little bit of an event as well.
Mm-hmm. It was, yeah. Not
Nobody's
as much.
There. You know, we're the only ones there at, I don't know, I think it was 8 o'clock at night.
It was like 7 or 8, yeah.
It wasn't very late. It was just dark. And we're there for a while trying to collect the stones because for some reason stones are hard to come by in a forest.
Right? Isn't that weird? Well, stones of the right size, let's be fair. It couldn't just be any stone.
Most of them were very small.
Yeah, or
like,
too big. It's like way too big.
Or way too big,
Yeah.
not flat enough.
And they had to be flat, yeah. Thank you, Steroid. Thank you for your donation, brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for showing up, and feel free to catch us later. In the meantime, good seeing you, man. Steroid's a nice guy. You know, he's got a lot of stuff going on in his life. But it sounds like it's gotten better. I'm really happy for him. Hopefully it stays better. So.
Yeah, you have a great fucking night, you glorious bastard.
Yeah, not quite Infinity Stones, Arachnos, but actually that would be cool. Actually, I have one right here. I do have an Infinity Stone right here. So.
Love that one.
Yeah. So. I didn't have to pluck it out of anybody's forehead or anything. I just had it.
You know what's tough about doing this is because, by the way, I love you goth motherfuckers.
That's right.
It's tough telling people like us spooky stories because they're not fucking spooky. It's just like, oh, this is so fucking cool.
Yeah. The other half of the time is you go like,
it's like having a bad dream. It's like, the only dreams that are bad that scare me is like if he's cheating on me or something like that. They're really not that scary.
Especially when I'm cheating, because man, the whole world knows. I'm kidding. I don't cheat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like the dark and everything. That isn't scary.
No.
It just doesn't do it to me. Like it's not. It's like the dark. If it scares me, it's because I feel like I'm gonna trip over something. Like the dark doesn't do it to me, really at all. Now, if I am spooked out, it's because there's something there.
Sorry.
Go ahead, honey.
I'm more afraid of the big open water where you don't see what's beneath you.
Oh my God, Sabe.
Yeah. Adversarial self. It takes stones to find stones in the woods at night without a flashlight. I would agree, except I don't know. I kind of grew up in the country in the summers, and that's what I did. Like I would sneak out of my house at night when my grandparents fell asleep, and I'd go out in the middle of the night with a sword and just like do sword kata under the moon in the dark, and I just loved it. Like the place they had was 100 acres in the middle of the mountains, so it was like you could just disappear. Like if you wanted, nobody would know you left. But yeah, that was fun. I guess I'm used to it. It doesn't bother me very often. But I will say every once in a blue moon, I've had those times where I felt like something was there and I just had to leave. And that does happen too. And it doesn't really scare me. It's more like I'm not wanted here right now. Let's go. So, that kind of a feeling. But you almost hurt my arm. You were clinging to me so tight. You're like, oh my God.
It wasn't that bad.
You practically broke my skin with the one time. You're just gripping. Now, when she's looking in that direction, just so you know, there's an open door. And she's actually trying to see me, but I got a curtain here protecting me. So I'm not catching the daggers. They're actually being intercepted. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Do it again, honey. Do it again. Oh, got it. There we go. Very nice. So, imagine getting one of these stuck in you guys. All right, we're clowning a lot tonight. We're definitely in a clowny kind of mood. So, Flesh Priest.
Yes, Mr. DH.
Do you have any scary stories so I can be quiet for a minute? And that wasn't even a scary story. Do you have any scary stories so I can...
I don't have any like scary stories. I probably do have some that would terrify people, but like I said, like it just oh, that's so fucking cool to people like us. I do have one weird one. Dia Phoenix, if you're in the chat, I think you were actually asking me about this in the Discord. I have one that is not freaky, or it's freaky. It's not scary hearing about it, but it was scary as fuck at the time when I was really young. And it's kind of part of the reason why I believe that there's other shit out there, or like more what can scientifically be explained or whatever. Real fucking young, and I was with Admiral.
Keep talking.
And this fucking dude was making an extension onto the building and he collected axes, which sounds really fucking weird, and had them all mounted up on the wall right in this empty threshold of a doorway. And I was like walking through, I think I was 6 or 7 at the time, and just like looking around playing in this building. And
Your microphone's cutting out. You might have to move it a little closer to your mouth.
Hold on. Okay. So as I was walking away out of the building and past that...
Just showing it sharp while you're talking. Keep going.
Stored with malicious intent. Like with every step I took as I approached this doorway, I had physically a weird feeling in my head. It was like somebody had a balloon just in the center of my brain. With each step, just a little bit more air got blown into it. And I was freaking the fuck out because I didn't know what the fuck was happening. And the pressure just kept building and building and building. And I was, freaked out. I wanted my dad. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And right as I got up to that way, it was like I just wanted to scream because the pressure was so intense and I didn't know what the fuck was happening. And then suddenly it just...
Wow.
And everything was fine. It's like, oh, thank God that's over. And then I realized I could not move. I was like, I could rotate my eyes in their socket, but that was the complete extent. I rolled my eyes down, I looked at my arm, and I'm just telling my arm, just move, foot, move, something.
I just realized
No.
something, Des. I think whatever you got set up on that end, when it picks up audio, it seems to make you quieter because whenever my bird chirps, your audio goes lower. I don't want to keep interrupting your story though, so finish your story and then we'll see what's going on.
And then I'll play around with the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, it and so sitting there completely paralyzed except for my eyes, and at that moment I hear like a clink, and right in front of me, right at that threshold I was about to cross, one of those axes comes swing down off the wall right where
Really?
I would have been walking. Yeah, like I don't think it would have killed me or anything like that. It probably would have fucked me up a little bit as a young kid, but and
Wow.
I just all I could do is just trace it with my eyes and watch it clink 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 against the ground. And that scared the shit out of me. Then I couldn't move for a different reason because it's like, what the fuck just happened? And my dad turns around and he thought I did it, so he starts screaming at me. I'm like, yeah, I'm coming. I did knock that down. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I'm just a bubbling fucking mess because I'm freaking out. And yeah,
Synchronicity like that, man. You know, one thing I would say is like when I was younger, I remember there was one time I almost got hit by a car. And it happened a couple times, but this one time it happened, and then I learned about something called quantum immortality, which is actually a piece of the puzzle of what I talk about the multiverse and how you can kind of pick your universe. It's almost as if you died that night, and you chose not to, so to speak. Like you jumped to a universe where you didn't die, and that was your synchronistic moment.
Yeah, I've actually thought about that in that context too. You always use the example of the guy jumping off the building who believes he can fly,
That's a different
and
context.
to
That's
everybody
another
else. Yeah, but I mean,
one. Similar idea though.
it's similar enough up here in this meat computer.
It's similar. It's from the same perspective. It's the same concept. It's actually based on the same idea. So for those who don't know, quantum immortality is the idea that nobody ever dies. In fact, everybody lives forever, and everybody's experience of life after you're born never ends. And what ends up happening is somewhere in your timeline, there will be somehow some excuse for why you live forever. It will be, you know, you get uploaded onto a computer. They invent life-altering drugs that let you live forever, something like that. You never die, and somehow you're always someone who gets it. And so the further versions of it go so far as to say things like you could even put a gun to your head and pull the trigger and it won't kill you. Something will always happen. There'll be a dud, and you could do it over and over and over again and it'll never work. Like no matter how many times you pull the trigger, just go click, 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 click. Now, the thing is that to everybody around you, you killed yourself. Because in their universe, it would be completely irrational for you to live. But your version of the universe, you can't die, so you go on forever. Prove me wrong. is the solipsistic question I would ask you. Yeah.
Now, if you guys were to lay some conjecture about that, would you just say that's because the ego just does not want to let go of this experience, or is it something else?
It's a good question. In fact, that's a good answer and a good question. You know, the question is a leading question, but it's a good question for that reason. I would also argue, however, that your ego ultimately has no choice because your ego dies all the time. You're constantly recycling and refreshing your experience. So who you are right now is fundamentally not the same as who you were a split second ago. And demonstrably so 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 100 years ago, etc. So the further back you go, the less like your ego is. So at some point, your ego has to admit that it's impermanent and it doesn't last forever. And so what lasts forever then? So this is where people get confused, and we're getting into the non-duality thing, damn you. In the non-duality perspective, the ego, you know, the ego is an illusion, and the illusion is constantly shifting and changing. It's the perception that doesn't end. The awareness doesn't end. The consciousness doesn't necessarily end. It's the story that it wears is what ends. So the awareness doesn't end, but the awareness, the story within the awareness does. So there is something to that. You know, and that is a good question. What exactly goes on when we pass. This leads very well into the ghost question. Depending upon which culture you belong to and which version of non-duality you believe in, there could be explanations for the afterlife, for ghosts, for all of that. And for others, there's no explanation for it. So it might be fun to talk about that a little bit, but I don't want to get too far into that. I'm kind of more in a story mood tonight, because that's just more fun tonight. I don't necessarily want to harp on about non-duality tonight. But if I was going to answer the question, I might do so afterwards. We'll put it that way.
You know what? That actually, you reminded me, I do have a weird story. Nothing scary happened, but I want to start it by asking, do either of you believe in ghosts?
Yeah.
It's a weird question to ask on this stream. I phrased it like I'd be asking anybody on the street.
Oh boy, you started off with the loaded word believe. Do you believe? Oh boy.
I'm apt to say that they're out there for the simple fact that we've had occurrences in this house and in my parents' house that were rather unexplainable. Just as an example, my father's best friend, way back, I think this was just when I was either really little or I wasn't born yet, but my father awoke one night for no reason, laying in bed, and he saw my best friend, his best friend's father pass through the bedroom, and he found out in the morning that was when he passed away.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot that happens in this house. We've had a lot. I think I've talked about it on the stream once or twice. And the most of the hauntings, quote unquote, most of the poltergeists, the heavy poltergeists, because we've had light ones during ritual, but like the ones that would make you think of like Paranormal Activity, the movie type of stuff, all happened within about 3 months of us moving in, something like that.
Not even.
Yeah.
Not even. I mean, just recently I had the tapping on the door of the bedroom.
I still think that might have been the bird, but no, it's still weird.
The bird, you could tell it's a big difference.
Yeah, it's not close enough to me to hear it.
I mean, I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake laying there when it happened.
And it's usually on nights when I'm about to do a ritual or something too. So yeah. It's pretty interesting. So it could
that's
be.
Fine. A lot of times that's when I get my most lucid dreams and my sleep paralysis as well.
Yeah. So let's rip this apart a little bit. So, well, first I'll tell you the story or two that we've had here. I'll reiterate some of those in case you guys haven't heard them. Probably the coolest one is one where 3 people witnessed it. There's 2 of them where people witnessed it. But the coolest one is me, Camilla, and a friend of mine named Chris. Now, back in the day, I had my setup, so I had a computer here and a computer there, and I had my Xboxes hooked up to both of them. So we had 2 Xboxes. Well, he brought his stuff over. He hooked up his... We had a LAN party. We played Left 4 Dead with a LAN party.
Oh, that's so 90s of you.
It sure was. It's fucking awesome, too. You're fucking jealous. That's why you're complaining about it. Dude, it was so freaking fun.
Not gonna lie.
It was fun, dude. You would have a blast. I think we would have so much fun if you lived in the same house with us. You'd probably never get any sleep because I'd probably be like, what are you doing? Let's play some games. I don't have to go to work the way you do. Come on, I got my own job. I can sleep 1 hour. Come on.
Oh, eventually I'd get some sleep because I'd quiet you.
Well,
I'll bust out the fucking BDSM gear and you won't have a choice to not speak.
Pikachu face. Somebody get the Pikachu meme up.
Don't clip that.
Clip
out of
funny.
context.
That was totally in context and hilarious. So we're playing Left 4 Dead, all 3 of us.
My tea.
And so as we're playing Left 4 Dead, what you guys don't know is on the other side of this is actually my kitchen, because this is like my outer office area where I have a little ritual set up. In the back is where I have the big setup. So in front of me is actually a kitchen with a big kitchen light and all this stuff, and there's cabinets all over. So I'm sitting here and we're playing the game, and I think I've turned like about this far, and I'm playing games, and Camilla's facing.
I'm on the couch playing my Xbox on the TV.
Right, and
which
you're looking.
It's like facing the kitchen. It's like right next to the kitchen. It's on the wall there.
Yeah, and so I'm sitting here like this. And my friend is tilted a little bit too, because it's just easier the way we had it for us to be both a little tilted so we could see, because this way we could peek over and see what was going on. So we're playing, and all of a sudden out of the corner of my eye I see something go like this, and then across the room. And we hear a thump, and I'm like, what the fuck was that? April's like, I saw that too. We're all like, what the fuck is this? A box of taco shells shot out from my kitchen cabinet.
It was the cabinet above the stove, right? The range hood is right below it. If it would have hit the range hood and slide off, it would not have landed 6 feet out into the kitchen.
Immigrant Ghost says wheat tortillas are bullshit.
I think so. What were
So-
they? Weren't they the which one were they? There was the really bad brand.
Ortega.
Yeah.
It was Ortega.
It was Ortega.
We broke up that whole box of taco shells trying to recreate that thing.
Yeah, we threw them so many times, and the only way we could make it do that was if something slapped it hard.
By force.
Because we thought, well, maybe we put it in there wrong, and maybe the door is on not just a hinge, it's on a spring. If you leave that door, it stays closed. Like it's not even a magnet. Like it's got a spot where it just wants to be closed.
It's a heavy wood door.
It's a heavy wood door. So for it to open in the first place, and then it didn't happen at the same time. It went open, and then like I'm going to say a half to a whole second after that. Like there was a delay between it opening and shooting out.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the door closed after that.
No, the door stayed open. I remember that
Did
very.
it?
Yeah, that's why I thought it might be. Maybe we just put it in there wrong and it fell over.
Right.
But a box of taco shells is lighter than my ponytail. It's like nothing. There's like nothing to it.
And if it hits the range hood, it's just going to kind of slide a little bit and fall straight down.
Yeah, it literally shot. I'm going to say between 6 and 10 feet away from the cabinet, at least. It landed right in the middle of the kitchen, like thunk. Yeah, Arachno says, you forgot Taco Tuesday, Poltergeist taco shells. I can't explain why it chose taco shells, but for those of you who've had weird poltergeist activity in your house, you know it picks random crap to throw around. So whatever the hell it was the weirdest thing. And so then, Death Wish, I'm going to answer your question real quick before I finish that story. He texted me. I finally got a hold of him. He's been pretty much decided, to be laying low for a little bit. I think he's fine. I'm going to try to talk to him again soon. He needs some time to himself again. He's got a lot of stuff going on,
He deserves it.
Yeah, both good and bad. So he needs a little bit of time to himself. So, let's see. Yeah, of course.
As long as he's alive and he's well, that's what I care about.
He is.
I'm just
He
glad to
is.
know, like, he's all right.
Yeah, he
He's
needs
still
some time
living.
to himself, though, is what I got. And so he'll be back around when it suits him. Don't worry about him too much, but I'm sure he could use your love and support. So if you care about him, send him some messages, give him an email, and just tell him you love him and you're thinking about him, and it'll help him a lot. He'll be fine, ultimately, from what I'm gathering. It's nothing bad, but I don't like spilling beans on people. Just know he's okay. And but whatever love energy you can throw at him, give him a good hit. Give him a good hit.
Sometimes as a person, you just need to disconnect for a little bit.
Yeah. I know he was
Well, I
going on
get
a
that.
trip.
We all do that. I know I do that.
Especially from social media. Like, I don't like to count my friends out, but it does happen, right? It still happens. And social media in particular, like, I started off real strong with this, going, oh, I want to be, in everybody's face, DH Thorne, follow me. And now I'm just like, don't private message me. Like, just don't. Like, unless I invite you to, don't. Because it's like, I don't have enough time. And I get so many long messages from people that I don't want to be rude to, who've got, like, they want to tell you this life story about how this angel and demon and all this. I can't, man. Not for free anyway. And I just don't have the time. I just don't. But that's one of the reasons why we created the Discord channel. Yepson, Desmond, Flesh Priest, tell them what they won by coming to the Discord channel. If you guys don't know, we have a Discord channel.
Well, Johnny, step right up, audience, and you can go right to this Discord channel right here. That's right, discord.gg/sexy tree.
Sexy tree.
I wish that was intentional, but sometimes the universe just answers.
We're never
And-
changing that. It's going to be Sexy Tree forever.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, I love it.
Because you don't get to pick what that is. It's like on 4chan when you get dubs or trips or something. It's totally authentic. Like, you can't make that up. So we like it. Sexy Tree.
So yeah, we're hanging out in there, having a good time. We already talked about the fucking political channel, which is to be ignored. It's the dark land where we do not venture, but a lot of the time we're
It is
just
meant to be optional, and the rules are basically simple in the political channel. Be polite, and when I say be polite, that doesn't mean you kiss each other's ass. It just means don't pick on each other. If you're hard left and there's someone hard right, if you guys start going, I'm Antifa, I'm going to kick your ass. I'm a Nazi, I'm going to kick your ass. I'm going to kick both your asses and remove both of you. So let's not do that. Let's keep it civil. And so long as it's civil, it'll stay there. If it gets shitty, I will remove it. But I treat it like a release valve because there's a lot of people with a lot of shit going on right now that they want to talk with their mind. And I occasionally do too. So we want to have a place where people can have those conversations. Like, for those of you who were here on the stream last week when Jen was there, and by the way, I think Jen is here tonight. Jen, thank you so much for that conversation last week. Thank you so fucking much. Jen's a good example of how it can be done, because we are both, I'm not going to say we're polar opposites, but we don't agree on certain things that are serious. But we agree on a lot of other things that are maybe more serious. So we can have a civil adult conversation and not turn into name calling. And we did so good last week. That gave me such a warmth in my heart to have that conversation with Jen that I'm totally yeah, hi Jen, there she is.
He is here, by the way.
I totally want Jen, I want to make that a regular thing for people who like it. And we'll pre-record it with me and another guy, and maybe we'll put it on BitChute. So if you guys like that stuff, maybe we'll do it again. And we'll have that kind of conversation, because I think it's necessary. There's a lot of contention and division in the world right now, intentionally so. The media wants us fighting. And I'm not going to play with fighters. People who want to fight, I'll kick your ass or ignore you. But people who want to just have non-activistic conversations, and there's a difference, by the way. An activistic conversation is different from just a conversation. Then it's fine, okay?
Which, to fucking take the reins here for a second, like, we're focusing on that political channel because that just got opened up, but
yeah,
we fucking share memes and music and talk Magic and shit. And I think that's the nice thing about everything in there is we've had a couple people who like practice one thing and nobody else in the server really does, or not many people that are vocal. And I have yet to see any name calling of like, oh, you work with so-and-so, that's bullshit. You know, that's fucking fake. And no, you're wasting your time with that. I haven't seen any of that. And I fucking love that. Where it's like, oh, well, I don't really do that. But hey, you should try X or Y. I fucking appreciate that.
I am literally overjoyed. Like, to be like the dude from Parks and Rec, I am literally overjoyed with how the Discord server is coming along. People are active. People are having great conversations. We do talk about spiritual stuff, but it's just a great community to hang out in, because you can talk about that stuff or be like, here's a meme of Pikachu or something. It's completely, it's like, it's a great
Lots of
place.
that.
It's just a great place, and we got a lot of people there. And about once a month we have a game night. At least we try to do at least once a month so far. So far we've only done one, so I don't know about at least, but we're aiming for once a month. And we have like party games. We play Cards Against Humanity, the Jackbox games. We played Among Us last time, which was a hoot and a holler. That was fun as hell playing Among Us.
Fucking Camilla there. Just, I like to think I know you so well. And I'm sitting there like, she's not giving me any signs that she's suspect, but like everything's pointing at it. But I know Camilla, and she's not. What the fuck is going on?
When I got it was funny because
poker face.
However it happened, you outed yourself by hitting the emergency button for no reason, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Well, who else but the imposter would use the emergency button to try to waste our emergency time? It must be Desmond who's the imposter, and everybody voted for him, and Desmond got kicked off, and then there was nobody to stop me, and I just went around and murdered everybody, and it was like I was on a streak, dude. It was quick, it was great. I didn't have to use any of the special buttons, none of the vents. I just went, oh, there's somebody stab, oh, there's somebody bonk, oh, there's somebody slice. It was great, and before I knew it, everybody was dead. It was great. Fun game, guys. Fun game. Okay.
Yeah, I would. Somebody was asking about Phasmophobia. I really want to do the next game night soon, but I know this weekend I'm going to be out, and then next weekend is Halloween. So the weekend after that, I really want to do some fucking Phasmophobia and some other games. So
I think we can definitely. The only problem with Phasmophobia is not the game itself; it's that you can only have 4 at a time, up to. So we would probably end up having to divide our clan up into groups of 4, which is fine. But we'd have to do that, diplomatically, so it's fun. We don't want to just all split up into 4 and just. We're trying to do it so we all get together and have a good time.
I'm actually surprised with that game how, because we were in the school the one time. I'm surprised they have such a big scenario.
Yeah.
For the school with just 4 people.
Yeah. It's a big zone, and like sometimes, but anyway, it is a fun game.
Zone.
It's fun the first 2 or 3 hours. Like I've only played 3 hours of it, and I need to like take breaks from it because it's like there's not as much to it as you'd hope, but if you're easily scared and creeped out, it's a fun game. And I'm not gonna lie, like it makes me jump sometimes. You can jump scare me. You can't. It's hard to creep scare me, but you can definitely jump scare me. And like when it does get me, I go ee! And I'm like I scream like a stuck pig. It's funny as hell. It's worth tuning in just for that.
I as his witness.
So maybe what we'll do is if we do that, we'll rotate who plays in and out, and we'll just have like maybe me and Flesh Priest or me, Flesh Priest, and Camila or something. And we'll have the live stream going with it in the Discord channel. That way everybody can watch it and everybody can take part in it, and only some people will play. We'll do it like that if we use that. But there is a possibility on Halloween that I may do a one-off nightmare horror D&D game. Depending upon how my ritual work goes, I can probably do that earlier in the night. So it really depends on who's going to be there. If Flesh Priest can make it, then maybe I'll do it because I like playing with you, dude. And Camila, I know, will be there if we do something like that because I will cry and beg and plead and squeal until she says yes. But
just a small thing about Phasmophobia. If you buy something in the game and take it to the house with you and you die, you lose it.
Yeah, so make sure there's certain things that if you die, you lose it. Yeah, so make sure you don't.
Like if you buy a crucifix and you take it with you and you die, you lose the crucifix.
Yeah, I think some of the things like flashlights you don't, but I think some things you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not really, it's not complete, but it is fun. And I think in VR it's probably a lot more fun. Yeah.
Oh, so you know what? Phasmophobia and ghosts. I've got not a scary, but a weird ghost story, maybe. Full disclaimer, I was high off my fucking rocker. Back in high school, I suffered from frequent migraines, and I was self-medicating to alleviate the pain. And let's just say this was the mother of all migraines. And all I could do was lay down and fucking just ride the wave. And we had thin walls in my house, and I could hear the conversation all around everybody. I was following all the different conversations, and I realized there was another voice that I didn't recognize. And I could hear the footsteps like going over to my mom's room, everything, and kind of interjecting with their conversation, but not. It was like they were talking and she was talking at them, but they weren't responding, really, just having their own conversation. I thought that's kind of weird. Like, I didn't hear anybody pop in. Like, I'm right by the driveway. I would have heard that. But just whatever. Next day, asked him, like, did somebody come and visit? No, not at all. Like, okay, well, you were having this conversation, right? Like, yeah, how did you know that? Like, I was just listening, just fucking baked off my rocker.
You know what's weird is, I just did that video. For those of you who don't know, who are following me, I forget what day it was I dropped it. I think it was Monday. The video about the Gateway experience, which is... so for those of you guys in the chat, let me know if you know what the Gateway experience is, or if you know what that's... You know that CIA document that goes around every now and then talking about the proof of alternate dimensions and out-of-body experiences and all this kind of stuff? Well, I decided to explore that in detail, and I made an hour-long video talking about just that. You guys can check that out. It came out on Monday. But one of the components of that is the Gateway experience by Bob Monroe. And the Gateway experience by Bob, it's the Monroe Institute. The Monroe Institute is a company that's out right now. And you can buy their products right now. So it's not really much of a government cover-up. It's actually right out in the open, which tells me that if it was really anything super duper powerful, they probably would have either closed them down or make anything that's being done by them top secret that's worth anything, and anything else you could probably access. So I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying that I'm using the audio, and I have had some experiences with it that were improvements over doing things just my own way. So I will say that the wave video, audio that I'm listening to, like wave 1, 2, 3, whatever, the different CDs that I'm listening to, I will agree that the binaurals that they have in them do have an effect. They are strong. I will say also, on the other hand, though, some of the visualizations are very primitive to me. Like I like working with much more interesting visualizations and things. So I've been altering it a little bit, but trying to keep to the symbolism ideas that they're using. So when they tell you to, there's a thing called an energy, what's the word? Energy converter, and it's this idea that you put all your shadows in there, basically your fears and the things that bother you, and you put them in there, and turn that into energy for yourself later. So that's an okay image. Then they have other ones where you're supposed to pump the energy in your head up, and I'm like, well, I don't feel like my center is in my head. I feel like my center is more like my whole self and the universe, and I guess I'd identify it more with my heart chakra. So I visualize it all happening there, not in my head the way they describe. But for the most part, I use it the way it's described, and it's actually quite good. On one attempt, I had lit some incense to King Paimon and asked him to, guide me a little bit. Like, if this is worth anything, show yourself to me. Make this really powerful. And as I'm listening to it, I go into what they call a focus 10 state. I just call it's like a weird state where my body's dead ass asleep, but my brain is still running fine. And I can wake up instantly. It's not hard to do, but you can tell because your arms you feel like you are inside something much bigger. You feel like you're in a balloon or something. It's a weird feeling. Like your hand, like my fingers and my hands feel like this big, like they're in boxing gloves or something. Like they're just totally useless. And so like I can't move and my legs are dead. Everything's dead. I feel dead asleep, but my brain's still running like normal. And then every now and then I blink out, like I like nod off for a split second, but then other times I don't, and I get flickering and flashing and all kinds of cool stuff in my vision, audio effects, which I've done my research on out of bodies. I'm probably right next to a real authentic out of body. I just haven't quite gotten it yet. So I'm doing this, and this one time I'm looking, and I have it in a completely dark room, and I'm looking, my eyes are closed, and I'm looking out in the darkness in my own behind my eyes space, when this very emo looking face comes out of the darkness. It looks like an emo teenager, like for those of you who played like Final Fantasy 15, it almost looked like the main character from that, like that emo kind of black hairdo. It just kind of leans in out of the darkness, and I see this pale face, and the eyes were just white rings, like perfect rings, like with a hole in the middle. Not like a cat's eye or something, but similar in that it was reflecting light that I couldn't see. It was this weird thing. It just came out and then just went away. And I heard like, that's King Paimon. I'm like, okay, interesting. And so then I woke up later, and I'm thinking to myself, well, King Paimon is supposed to be like a young man, and it's pretty interesting. Elric's like, oh no, poor King Paimon's been emoed. I think he probably would be emo though. Like that's the thing. Like he would be the right age to be like an emo kid. Like that is kind of like what he would be. He would be like in the somewhere in his teenage years. So maybe late teen, but he would definitely be in his teenage years. But yeah, so it was weird. I can't explain it. Beyond that, I've had visions of him before, and I've got to distinguish. There's different types of visions, right? There's really vivid visions that are like a dream, and then there's visions that are like a daydream, and then there's visions that are like you just think of something. And this was in like the full dream state. It wasn't like a daydream where I knew I was like, like I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the clouds and I start thinking about grandma or something. This was like whoosh in my vision. It was really cool. So yeah, definitely cool. All right, so maybe he wasn't emo then, Elric. Maybe he was goth, but he had that emo look. Okay, give me a break. Back when I was a day, we called it all goth, and then it changed, and people got weird about it. It's not anymore. Yeah. So that's not a creepy story, but check out that video if you're interested in that gateway, the gateway process CIA document. And I do a deep dive into it. I dissect it. I talk about what I think it really means. And if you're interested in it, it's about an hour long, so make sure you got the time. So, Sky asks, do you know of any books on how to perform hypnosis that you would recommend? No. The book I used when I was younger, I have no idea what the name of it was. It was a friend's book, and we used it so much that the cover ripped off. and then we stopped using it because we just figured out what it was doing, and we just did it our own way. But hypnosis is basically what the Monroe Institute stuff does without the binaurals. So good hypnosis, what it's doing is it's sort of putting your body to sleep. It's getting you to relax to the point where your body falls asleep, but your mind is still active. But your mind enters into a passive state, depending upon the type of hypnosis you're doing. Some types of hypnosis make you very suggestible. Some of them just relax you, and you can be taken on guided journeys in your mind. It's more like a meditation. So there's different ways of doing it. Yeah, that's where I'd put that. So if you're looking for that, there's a lot of options.
I want to announce to everybody we're hitting the hour mark in just a minute. So we're going to open up to call-ins. If anybody wants to get on, tell a spooky story, or just ask a question, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And look.
Before we jump into the call-ins, I do have a creepy story I want to tell myself.
Okay, and don't forget the thing you want to show everybody, because we did start something. So go ahead with your creepy story first.
Well,
really quick. If you want to call in, message Flesh Priest on Skype or join our Discord and send me a message from there at Flesh Priest.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's all right. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, damn you.
I'll go back to my call now.
Ever since there's always been things at work, at my workplace, which is actually just around the corner from where we live. But ever since you put those stickers up, and I kind of touched on it in a comment on a previous stream, there's been shit going on there. And probably about a month and a half ago, I was sitting there at work by myself, and under the desk across from me, I saw a little child-sized shadow peeking out. Broad daylight, just quick little, you see the shoulder and the head just peeking out, a little lurker kind of thing. And not even a week later, corner of my eye across the doorway, I saw a black cat, and it wasn't really there. This past Monday, I saw the cat again.
If you don't mind elaborating, how could you tell it wasn't actually there?
Because it was gone when I looked at it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, it was an out of the corner of the eye shadow person type of deal.
Yeah, because we keep the front door open. It's, an open air nursery, Warmer days we keep the front door open, and corner of my eye, I saw the cat sit there in the middle of the doorway.
Yeah, it could be a personal shadow, or it could be, we've been going through some crap at that job lately. So
yeah.
So it could just be a general shadow entity that's there. It definitely could be, especially with the gate that we just opened in the back field there. So
right next door.
Right next door. That's not the one we're talking about, by the way. That's a different one.
No, it's a different one.
Yeah. So there could be some manifestations happening all over the place. So
I believe it.
Yeah, totally possible.
I mean,
so,
there's always something going on there.
Yeah, definitely. Especially at night. That was actually one of the coolest things was, remember the owls that just appeared there? And not long after that I worked with Stolas. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Just in the middle of the night, you'll be sitting there, you hear it's several football fields away. It's far. With the windows closed, I just hear, whoo-hoo, whoo-hoo. And I'm like, we live in the middle of suburbia. What the fuck? And I open up the blinds. And I look out the window and I see these white shapes swooping down. So they must be big. They have to be big owls because that's far. You wouldn't see a small owl from here. It would be like a little dot. I saw a big wing thing coming down, swooping to the ground. And then sure enough, I opened the window and you could tell it was them by the way that they were moving. I was like, oh shit, those are owls grabbing rodents out of the grass. That's so cool. So yeah. There's some cool stuff here, even though I hate it here. It's not everything sucks here. It's not everything's bad. But
there's
it's not the place, it's the people.
That's what it is. Yeah, the area would be okay if it wasn't for people. I'm gonna, when we do eventually move, I'm legitimately gonna miss certain things for sure. I'm gonna miss Kings Park. I'm gonna miss Janes Hill. I'm gonna miss those spots.
I wish we could just pick it all up and move it with us.
Yeah, Or I wish everyone would just disappear.
Well, you know, COVID was supposed to solve that.
People wonder why I don't wear masks. Come on now. There's so many people around here. But yeah, in all seriousness, though. Miss Camilla, there was a slight ulterior motive for bringing you on here tonight, besides just having your beautiful presence with us, with your prettiness.
And breaking out of the comfort zone, you know.
Getting out of the comfort zone and getting into it.
Fucking, you're taking my job, Camilla. I'm supposed to be the pretty one on the stream.
Yeah, what the fuck? I'm supposed to be the ugly ogre with
God damn it.
the fuck? Wait a minute. That was insulting to my... I'll have to smolder now.
Do your smolder.
So
Yeah,
Well,
I haven't actually seen the thing yet, but I've been hoping you guys would do the thing, and now it actually sounds like you did do the thing.
not that thing. Then I got to go in there with my clothes off. That wouldn't be.
Not that thing. I
slapping and
make
flapping
one
all
comment
over the
about
place.
the BDSM gear, and you're just on another fucking plane of existence.
That's right, baby.
Down, boy.
All right, what do you want to show us first? Well, let's first make the announcement. So, Camille and I have opened our own Etsy store.
yes.
It's just a trial run for now. It's nothing huge. It's literally just there to...
5 items.
Yeah, we got 5 items to start with, and if there's any kind of response, we'll build it up. It's, we're trying to get us both self-employed. That is, let me be brutally honest, we don't want to work for the man no more. And every little bit will help. So, and it wouldn't be a helicopter, Elric. It would be more like the tail rotor. It wouldn't be that impressive. It would be just a small little. Anyway, so this Etsy store, for people who are watching who don't read the comments tomorrow, the Etsy store is going to be open right now. If you go into the description of this video, it's already linked there. It's
Fire crap.
Yeah, it's not called Buy Our Crap, but that's the slogan, Buy Our Crap. It's actually Mind the Shadows on Etsy. You can find it. And I will see if I can grab it in the description of the video. Yes, there it is. And I will put a link in here for everyone. So here's the link. Hopefully that works. And if it doesn't, oh well, I screwed up.
Yep. Looks perfectly fine on my end. It is functioning.
All right, cool. So there's the link for everybody. So while supplies last, Camilla, why don't you show them what someone could potentially buy if they grab it fast enough? Show them. Which one to show them first? The one that reacts to the black light or the other one?
I'm going to show them the other one first, because the black light I probably have to turn the light off for.
It might not. It'll probably glow really good without it. But go ahead.
It's probably better off with the light off.
We'll try it with the light on just to see, and then either way.
So here is number 1. As long as I can get in frame.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty good.
All right. This is the black mirror I made. One of them. It's got a wood frame. It's painted black. It's black lucite. And it is nearly fully encrusted in crushed black obsidian chunks. And this one in particular is coated in resin because it's all along the edge. And it wasn't very stable. So I coated it in resin. And it has 3 picture hangers, 1 in each corner, so you could turn it any which way you want if you want to hang it.
Yeah, you could probably even hang it point down, but you'd have to use 2 nails, I guess, and balance it. And...
Yeah, you could do that. It's
so
doable.
The reason it's like that in Shadownomicon, I prescribed the creation of a triangular mirror for scrying, and I showed this to Camilla, and she's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to decorate mine. I was like, okay. So she decorated hers, and I loved it. And I'm like, well, decorate mine like that. And she did it, but she added some extra stuff. She added eyes to mine. Now, mine is not as cool as this new version that you just came out with. But
So I'm going to turn the light off real quick.
well, show it. Hold it up first. Let's just see if it works without.
I don't think it's going to work too well.
That's not too bad. It sort of glows a little bit.
Little bit.
Little
Let me
bit. Yeah, go ahead. We'll wait.
be right back.
Filling the audio silence. We're filling the audio silence. Can't have dead air on the radio. No, 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 no.
So the candle might be making it go out a little bit. There we go. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. So that one's designed to be used in a black light. And, keep in mind that when you're scrying, you don't want too many distractions. But I felt that when she's making those, I'm like, what if we made those, even just for the aesthetic purposes, made those react to black light? But when you're scrying, that may or may not bother you. Personally, it wouldn't bother me. I would put the candles next to or beside or behind it, and it wouldn't bother me. I could always turn the black light out, so it wouldn't do that. But if you like the way that looks, that could be interesting, but it might be distracting. So just be aware that one's a little bit more ornamental. We're actually going to be coming out with some versions later that will have sigil work in them somewhere, possibly with neon colors as well. We'll see. So you can find, right now we have these two available. We already sold one to someone who was a friend, and they may be calling in tonight to talk about what they make too. So I also am going to be offering. Yeah, go ahead.
I am potentially planning on making bigger ones. I'm in the process of making a 2-foot one for our house.
Yeah, a much bigger one.
A much bigger one. So potentially making those for sale as well, but they will be not cheap.
Yeah, they won't be cheap. These aren't that cheap either.
These aren't that cheap either.
Yeah, these are handmade. There's nothing magical done to them. That's on you. We just wanted to make a really nice scrying product that you guys can use. The glass is not glass. It is a form of acrylic.
Lucite.
Yeah, it's lucite. So you do have to be careful with it. But, a lot of people will tell you, you can scry with your phone off. Like, you can scry the screen. It's the same idea. It's a black surface that in the right light creates a portal into another space for your own mind. They do work. I've used them plenty. So if you like them, if they're still there, someone said it's sold already. I don't know if it is or not. If it's still there, go for it. And if not, we will be doing, even if we will be making more. I promise you that, unless they don't sell it all. We will be making more. So,
I do plan on making different price points too. Like I have scrap from the way these were cut out, so I was thinking about making some smaller ones, like mini ones. Different price points, less decorated maybe for cheaper, more decorated for more, whatever.
And a lot of work goes into these. We're streamlining it, so.
Eventually, I would like to do some custom work.
Yeah.
But just getting my feet wet, getting some out there just to,
I would probably even say if these two sell tonight, message the store and see if we will do a custom before the holidays, because we have some time before the holidays to do that stuff. It's like the month of Christmas we can't.
Mid-November.
Yeah. So
mid-November, after that, I'm going to be working more than full time.
Yeah, and I won't have time to do my part, so.
I'm going to try to slap together whatever I can before then.
Yeah. So, okay, it looks like they're both sold. So, thank you guys. Both the mirrors sold already.
Nice.
Fucking shit. Nice, guys.
Those will be going out. Those will be going out shortly.
Or these motherfuckers in chat.
I'll give them a special shine up for you.
So if you are watching this and you want one, go to the Etsy store anyway, see what we make, or you saw the pictures on the screen. Message us, and we will take orders and see if we can make them in time for you for the holidays. Even, that's totally possible to do. We just have to arrange it. We have to organize our schedule to do it right. So thank you guys very much. And that's pretty much the price point we're aiming at. So if you like them at that price point, that's probably where they're going to be.
And also remember that these are the preliminary ones.
Yeah. So yeah.
Prototypes.
You get to support the prototype.
One-of-a-kind prototype.
Yeah. Also, I do have some of my books there that if you guys want signed copies for any reason, I figured it was just something I could throw on there. If you're interested in that, I will sign them and send them out to you, but I'm only doing a couple of them. So it's not meant to be, hundreds of them. It's meant to be just a few for the holidays type of thing. So if that's interesting to you guys. But yeah, buy our crap. Well, you guys already bought it, so we can move on to. And in the future, I'm actually thinking about doing some etching. I'm learning how to do metal etching, so there may be some Trinity sigils coming out soon for medallions and things. So keep your eyes open on the store for that. And if I do make those, I will probably be making a deal with my friend Elena, who hopefully is still watching, because we invited her to come on for a minute tonight and just say hi. But I'll probably make those available to her so she can make those
and waiting.
ready and waiting. So does she want video or just audio again?
Just audio.
Welcome, Colby. You missed the other stuff. You joined us at the Buy Our Crap segment of the show, but we did have some fun up till now talking about ghosts. So when you're ready, feel free to rewind the tape and watch that part. We definitely had some other things going on, so don't misunderstand. This is not what we've been doing the whole time since forever. But thank you for joining us, Colby, and I hope you enjoy the show. Yeah. All right. So rings I don't know how to do, really, although that would be cool. I would love to make sigil rings, but I can tell you a guy who I've never gone through, but I trust him a lot, the Tallymancer. If you look up the Tallymancer on Facebook, the guy's got a great reputation. He does full...
he does really nice stuff.
He does really nice stuff, custom molds and everything. His prices are a little much, but he works in pure silver and related materials. So excellent work by that guy. I don't know if he ever watches these streams anymore. He used to. But I recommend him. He posts in Become the Maelstrom from time to time. But if you just look up the Tallymancer, just like it sounds, Tallimancer, you will find he does all that kind of work, and it's good work. I've never seen a complaint ever. And he's been going around for a while. I like him a lot. He's a cool guy. He's got a picture of not De Niro. Oh my God, the other guy I was getting confused with De Niro. They're not the same. Oh shit. Oh fuck, the guy who played in Devil's Advocate, the guy who played the devil.
Oh yeah.
Pacino. Yeah, he's got like a picture of Pacino as his avatar. It's pretty cool. Dia Phoenix knows who he is. Dia, would you agree that he's got good work? I've never had any of it, but just from everything I've seen, everybody says good things about him. So.
It's all really beautifully crafted what he does.
Yeah, let us know in the comments, Dia, if he's good, if he's got as good as everybody says. So, yeah, we won't wait for that. We'll just assume she's going to say yes, but if she says no, I'll see it. So we have somebody waiting. Ask Elena if she would like to be videoed or not. Does she want video or?
No, that's going to be voice only right now.
Excellent, that'll be fine. All right. So whenever you're ready, Camilla, get ready to summon.
Got to mix up the summoning tonight.
In fact, hold on. Let me actually prepare the altar.
You son of a bitch! The ritual's already begun.
No, tell her not
you
to.
You fool!
No, we're gonna die.
You fool!
Hello.
No, I didn't finish the rite of
you're not here yet. You're not here yet.
I didn't finish
I'm
it.
not
I
here
didn't light the brazier. Oh man.
We had a warm welcoming and DH fucked everything up. There we go. Okay, fire's here. What's up, Elena?
What's up?
Hey.
Come
Please
on.
ignore the utter chaos you walked in upon.
I have 2 children. I live in chaos.
That's right. All
Okay.
about it.
Well, in that context, welcome home.
Thank you.
So what's
Oh, my
happening,
goodness.
Elena? We invited you on. I mean, not just for us because you were actually our first customer, but that's not just for you.
Oh my God, yes. And that blew me away, your mirror. It is the second I pulled it out of the box, it floored me. It is gorgeous.
Thank you.
Completely gorgeous. And I saw you still have a few more.
Well, we did.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay.
They be gone. Now all we have left are the books that nobody's going to want.
All right. Well, that's great. They're gone.
They gone. They all gone. We got to make more. I told her you got to make like at least a bunch, and we didn't make a bunch, so we got just a few.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm wrong.
You told me make 4 and see how they go first before you make any more.
Here comes a dagger. Oh, got it.
And I got more materials to make more because I had a feeling they were going to sell. But I didn't get them together yet.
No, but we
So
will.
you're wrong.
We definitely
You're
will.
wrong.
We
You're
definitely
wrong
will.
about that.
Yeah. So you'll have to come on like every time you make some new ones. We'll do it in the stream again. We'll just be like, here's new ones. I really think we should merge our store someday, Elena. When we get all this going, we'll have to figure out how to do it.
Yeah, that would be
We'll
fun.
have some
Yeah.
fun doing it. Yeah. Well, for sure, there's a lot of things that we all want to do that's similar. So you've got your own Etsy store too. Let's not forget. And
By the way, link for that is in the chat.
there it is.
Thank you.
Bazumbo, bang bang crash. You make your own stuff, but you're also the only person I license to make anything that uses my stuff. So if anybody wants a Trinity of Self altarpiece, or altar top for that matter, she makes excellent stuff, and she's the only person I authorize to make them for now. So she does the best work I know.
Beautiful work.
Thank you.
And actually, Camilla's using it right now in front of her. She's got it there holding the candle, I believe.
Yep.
So she's sitting right there with it. So yeah, pretty cool.
And I love hanging around with crafty motherfuckers too, because I'm a crafty motherfucker. It's like, DH, you're a crafty motherfucker too, but I mean, you write books and everything, and what is this? It doesn't even have pictures. It does, but
it does.
it like I want to hold it with my hands. I want to gaze upon it in the first morning light.
Well, the things I craft for me because I'm lazy. So I'll carve something for a staff, but I'm not giving that away. That's for me, baby. But no, you're right. They make stuff. They make the cool stuff. In fact, you're a woodworker. So someday, my dream, when I have my black magic commune set up, there is going to be a windmill with a woodworking shop under it, or something. You know, it'll be some kind of a mill.
Make way, peasants. I'm on my way to polish the Lord's wood.
That's right. Polish my wood. Wait a minute. Well, at least he uses the coconut oil like I like.
There'll be no splinters here. Yep.
So yeah, Elena, anything new? What's new? What's new for you? Any spooky stories, maybe even?
Oh my goodness, spooky stories. I'm going to have to agree with you guys. It's hard to be spooky when we're used to seeing all this stuff. But I do have a story that I swear to God, my husband did not believe me. He thought I was crazy. He thought it was me. We were living in this old house. It was about 150 years old in Virginia, in this old mansion. And it happened like 3 or 4 times, like all the lights in the house. We'd fall asleep. I'd shut everything off, all the doors locked, your normal nighttime routine. And I'd wake up to all this light shining through my eyes. And I'd open my eyes, and every single light in the house was on. The outside porch lights, basement lights, every light. So I'd go through and I'd shut everything off again, going, wow, that was weird. I wonder if one of the kids woke up. So I was blaming kids. And then like by the second time I said something to Anton, he's like, no, you probably didn't shut the lights off. I'm like, no, I shut the lights off. You were there. You saw me shut the lights. He didn't believe me. So third time it happens, I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm waking him up. So I was like, get up. Look at all this light. It's everywhere. So then he walked through the house and he was like, oh, wow, yeah, look at that. I'm like, yeah, light. This is not us. So not really spooky, but kind of strange.
Weird. Yeah,
yeah.
That's a big piece of it is like, you know, I mean, what was the next one we had, honey, with the would it be I think it was the picture frame, right?
The picture frame, yeah. We had a digital picture frame on the wall, and it was above the TV, the media center that we had, and on top of the media center was our bird cage, but we had a seed tray which had a, no kidding, a lip that tall on it.
Yeah, at least that tall. It was huge.
And inside that was the transformer box for the picture frame, where there was plenty of slack from that to the picture frame, probably like 5 feet of cable. And it was plugged into an extension cord, which ran to the floor. All of a sudden, you see the picture frame just jump.
Oh my goodness.
The transformer box went up over this lip and down.
So to do that, you would have to yank on that cord hard enough to not just pull it down, but get it to go up and over the lip without disturbing the bird. Because the bird,
Yeah.
none of that tipped, nothing, it was just, fashoop, like it just jumped over the side.
Yeah.
It didn't unplug from the picture.
No. Yeah.
Which was really odd because, I mean, it's one of those little jacks that plug into the picture frame.
Right.
Oh,
for
that
it to
should
do
have
that,
fell out.
Yeah, it should have pulled out.
Plug
Yeah.
from that. The transformer box just went up and over the lip. And
Oh my goodness.
right to the floor.
Was Chris there for that too, or was that just me and you?
I think that was just me and you.
Okay. Because Chris saw the other one. We had 3 people
No,
witness
maybe
it.
he was there.
Was he? I
No,
have to
I
get
think
him
he
on.
was.
He's been so flighty. I can't get him to hang out, but we should get
Yeah,
him
no,
on.
I think he was there for that.
We had my friend Charles come
another
over, and he's an engineer, and he's like really he's cool because he's like he's even more skeptical than I am on average, but he's also a believer in spiritual stuff. He's a hardcore Catholic, but the good kind.
Oh no,
The
we
good
were
kind.
wrong.
The good kind.
We were wrong. Charles was there with the taco
Short
shell.
supply.
No, it was Chris with the taco shells. Charles came over and we tested it with him. I asked
Oh,
him.
he tested it with us.
He was the one who because I'm like, all right, Charles, you're the engineering guy. Get over here and like play with this thing and show me how
That's
this could
right.
happen. And he couldn't. We
He
couldn't
couldn't-
replicate it. Not without breaking the laws of physics. We couldn't replicate it. There was no way to replicate it. You'd have
Oh
to
my
have
goodness.
a rat the size of my arm, in the in the cabinet and pushing with everything it had to jerk it open and make it fly out like that. It was weird. It was really weird.
Yeah, that was a crazy story.
And that's not even the one that happened to me was the one that actually scared me. Like I was alone at night, and it's actually funny because I used to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I got up in the middle of the night this one time to go to the bathroom, and I fell asleep again. If that I don't want to be too too TMI here, but I fell asleep again while in the bathroom, and as I'm sitting there asleep, I suddenly heard what sounded like a hand slap on the bathroom door. And we had a thingy hanging from the bathroom door, so when it got slapped, it slapped so hard that it went boom, bubba, 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 because like it hit so hard it kept doing it. And I'm like thinking to myself, well, what the fuck? Are people pissed I'm in the bathroom? I'll be out in a second. So I'm like, I'll be out in a second. And I didn't hear anything. So I'm like, all right, either they're really pissed at me or what? So I finish up, but then I realize I have no light because I just didn't bring anything with me. And I'm in the dark, and I'm like, oh boy, all right, I'm not scared of the dark. I'm good. And I get up and I have this thought in my mind, what if there's something standing outside that door you don't want to see? I'm like, come on, you're a grown man. This is before I got back into magic. This was like 10 years ago almost. Like, you're a grown-ass man. There's nothing to be afraid of. If somebody broke into the house, you'd have something to be afraid of, but you'd probably have heard that, and they wouldn't have banged on the door. It's probably your wife or your kid is pissed because you're in the bathroom. That's probably what it is. So I open the door, and there's nothing there. And I quietly start speaking, hello? Somebody needs the bathroom? Nothing. I listen and I hear snoring from both bedrooms. Totally dead-ass house. And I was only like a minute after the thump. There's no way someone could have got up, thumped the door, ran back to bed. They were
Fell back to sleep.
dead asleep. And I'm like, nope. And so I go out the bathroom. I don't even look the other way. Like, I just glance. And I look at my kids' room. I'm like, well, if there's something in there, we'll find a body in the morning. And I went to bed, and I closed the door, and I laid down, and I sat there, my eyes just wide open with my hand on the shotgun for like a good half
You
hour.
woke me up too. You asked me.
I think I did wake you up, yeah.
You did pick me up.
Yeah. So that was
wow.
so then a week or two after that, we got the dog, and then all the ghost haunting stopped.
Well, no, there was another instance. Remember
Was there?
those? Yeah, remember?
Oh, the
he
wipes.
When back when they were a thing, we had the can-do wipes on the top of the
Yeah,
back
the
of
baby wipes for the kid. Yeah.
and they went flying. And
They went flying a couple times. Like, it happened to
Yeah.
me the most, I think. Did it happen to you a couple times too?
It didn't happen to me.
You heard it happen to me. I'd get
I
up.
heard it happen to
I'd
you.
be leaving the bathroom. I'd go to open the door. Boom, 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 clack, clack, clack. I'm like, oh shit,
and
the
it
ghost
hit
doesn't
the
like me.
closet door right in front of the toilet.
Yeah. It was weird.
Oh, wow.
It was weird.
A
So-
few weeks ago, and I'm pretty sure it was a few weeks ago, you'd have to ask the Shadow Mancer, because I actually was telling him this story. I'd woke up because I heard someone going through my nightstand, and I thought it was my husband, like he lost something or needed something. So I kind of like rolled over and I look, and I'm like, my eyes started adjusting, and there's just this big black shadow. Can't make out any features. And when my eyes started focusing, it was like doing this weird windmill thing with its hands, like it was like freaking out. And I was just like, I just looked at it. I'm like, I don't have time for this shit. I'm like, I'm too tired. And I just like rolled back over.
That's what
But it
happens
was
after
weird.
a while. You do magic
It's
for
like-
long enough, and you're just like, can I sleep and we talk in the morning? God,
Like, just don't mess anything up.
yeah,
Leave a note or something. I'll get back to you.
absolutely. It's like that. It is weird. It's definitely not. Well, like I
You
joke
got to
about
come back between business hours.
True. It's like when we're playing Phasmophobia, I'm like, Don't worry, guys. Nowhere in recorded history has anyone ever been killed by a ghost. You got nothing to worry about. And then, of course, the ghost killed you. But, yeah, so it's pretty
Well,
cool.
no, but none of that's like saying that nobody's ever been known to die from sleep paralysis. It's like,
Yeah.
well, how do you prove that?
Yeah, right. Like they're dead in their sleep. How do you know it wasn't sleep paralysis?
Yeah, they
that
just
did
suddenly died. We don't know why. They just stopped breathing.
it?
It could happen.
Yeah. So there's a lot of. I mean, I'm only telling Risa stuff. When I was younger, we had so many things happen. I should
there
have.
was a lot of stuff.
I should have like Mike or Chris or Charles on to tell those stories because they were there and they can back me up on them. But just crazy shit used to happen, especially when we were younger. But it was weird. We got the dog, and then not long after that, it stopped completely. It was like the dog pacified it.
Yeah.
It was the weirdest
Huh.
thing.
Yeah.
And there was always a weird, like I'd be laying in bed at night by myself, and we have a bathroom in the bedroom, and it always felt like something was standing there in the doorway, like staring at me for the longest time. And when we got the dog, she would not take her eyes off that doorway.
I think we should really. You know what I'm going to do? I've never done it, and I've wanted to. I'm going to reach out to Balfagor and see if, because it could be that, Balfagor is supposed to be the chamber pot demon, right? It's supposed to be.
It's that dream I had that night too.
Yeah. So, and there's a couple different spellings in the name, so it could be the one you saw. Yeah, it could be. So, some of my best ideas come to me while I'm taking a bio. So maybe it's Balfagor who's inspiring a lot of my wisdom.
Sometimes that's where people do their best thinking for some reason.
Well, there's actually, at least for when you're taking a shower or a bath, there is some metaphysical esoteric belief as to why. The connection with the water is supposedly why, because water supposedly has a memory, and when you're immersed in water, your water and that water mingle in a way, and you actually communicate and get your knowledge that way. Like you're actually learning things from a prior mind or something. So maybe.
Quick shout out to Rise from Ashes with the inverted 666. Says, "Hey man, good to see you
Wow.
live."
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, Rise from Ashes. I appreciate that. I'm glad to see. I don't think I've seen you here before, so thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We've been trying. If you tune into the earlier part of the show, we had some other shenanigans and hijinks going on. So, but yeah, all right, cool.
But now we got Elena here, and after all downhill from there.
Oh God, it's just all we want to talk about is ghosts now. I mean, we were selling stuff before, and we was wheeling and dealing, and now it's all back to the topic at hand. What the hell? By the way, I want to give a shout out to a channel that'll probably never know I exist, but I've been watching his channel every Friday. It's Sleazy P Martini from The Bunker, and I don't know if you guys know who that is, but if you guys like Guar, it's the guy who plays the manager from Guar. And he's sitting there with a big old pompadour fucking hairdo, and he's just chain smoking the whole time talking shit. It's a fucking great 2 hours of YouTube, free for the having. And if you do go there, tell him DH Thorne sent you. Please tell him that, because I love his channel, and I try to tune in when we're not playing games on Fridays. So good stuff, funny stuff. Yeah, just a little free advertising for that guy. But he just got started. That's why he doesn't have that big a channel yet. So.
No, very nice.
Very nice, very nice.
I can't believe your mirror sold so quick. You just got the store up.
I know, right?
I'm so blown away by that.
You got to do what we did. You got to launch with a video, man. That's the best way.
That just lit a fire under me.
It did. No, it did, because it's like, Camilla is very reserved. She doesn't like putting herself out there much, and it's been a number on her to, like, are they gonna like it? Am I gonna like it? Are they gonna come out good? I'm like, they're beautiful. Would you just?
They're gorgeous.
To say
and they're a big size too. That's the other thing. They're not like small. It's a nice size.
Yeah, they're a good size. To not sound like women do when they're making fun of penises. Not that I know, but
Yomias have good guests.
Yeah, I didn't take any measurements on it, but I just know, like, when it sits on the altar, it's nice.
Let's put this out of context, guys. Let's go. This is great. Get a snip. No, I thank you for that. And we had fun. I had fun using them when I first made it, but then when it's got the incrustations on it, it's just so much cooler. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
really-
it makes it even more beautiful too.
I think you had sent me. Yeah, you sent me a couple pictures of the one we gave you. Let me find
Yeah, I'm not the best photographer.
Are you
It's
kidding?
not my
Couple
skill.
of Are you kidding? A couple of those pictures are better than we took. Are you kidding? Hold on, let me find it.
I know when Camilla first sent me the pictures too, it was like, oh, that looks really good. Like, oh, that's really cool that you could find cat's eye gems like in a store.
Oh, we
Like,
didn't say
oh no,
that.
I painted those.
Yeah,
Like-
just so you guys know, if you go to the Etsy store, you can still see that they're there.
So,
Camilla, hold it up for us.
You
I
painted
could find
those?
the camera on my phone.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I
Uh,
thought you bought those.
No, they're hand painted.
Oh my god!
It's the green one. Yeah, it's
Yeah, that
all-
was the-
it's all UV reactive.
Wow.
That was the point where I was just going, okay, that's not fair. You need to stop right now because that's not allowed.
Makes a few things and blows everybody else out of the water.
Oh no,
Right?
we have good competition
And-
with you then because you make some incredible stuff. So
Yeah.
it's not about
Oh well,
that.
thank you.
I
I don't.
And-
I don't make the mirrors though.
I actually.
That's why we're
received-
making these because you don't make them. Otherwise, I feel bad.
last
And-
week one of the a pyramid I ordered from you, and it's just gorgeous.
Oh,
I
thank
still
you.
gotta leave you a review on that for you.
Oh, thank. That was the
Yeah.
inverted cross.
The inverted cross.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, gorgeous.
I didn't realize that was you
Holy
until I
shit.
was boxing it, and then I'm like, "Hey, wait a minute."
And shout out to Nina the Mystic with 666 says, can't wait to get the mirror, Camilla. I love Elena's stuff. Did an unboxing vid yesterday for her.
Yes,
and
she did. Thank
we
you.
went for the mirror as well.
Nina,
We love
what are
you,
you
Nina.
doing paying money? You like work here almost.
really
What the
excited.
heck? Thank you.
No, I'm more excited.
Oh man! All right, hold on. Let me see. Bing! There we go. That's the one we sent to Elena, and she's doing something really cool with peacock feathers. And for
Yeah, also get out of here. That's a great photo.
right.
That's wonderful.
So
Beautiful.
not only
Should
she
be
do it,
not
but
professional.
so peacock feathers are quite strongly associated with our Lord and Savior Lucifer. I'm kidding when I say that. Please don't hit me. So yeah, there's something very related there. So you're going to be coming out with something possibly soon with that as well. So
Yes, he kind of just out of nowhere. I was in ritual with him, and when I was just closing everything down, he was like, "Oh, and by the way, peacock feather," and I'm like, "Wait, what?" You know? And then he's like, "Just get peacock feathers." So
Yep,
I'm like,
absolutely.
"Okay," so I got peacock feathers, and I'm like sitting there going, "Okay, now what?" I'm like, "What do I do with these? Are they going to fit in a triangle?" And I'm like, "Well, that just kind of feels wrong." I'm like, "It's not going to look right in a pyramid. Now that feels wrong." And then all of a sudden it was just like I got hit with a ton of bricks. And I'm like, I know what I have to do with this. Okay. And now it's just taken off from there. But it's definitely, this is a multi-step kind of a thing. And the way this one's coming out, I think I'm going to have dibs on this one. And then I'll make another one for everybody else.
I can't wait to see that.
So we're definitely we'll definitely, when you get more of those. So I just put the link up to your store too, Elena, so people know.
Thank you.
I don't have your pictures still of what you have, but if you go to that store, so she doesn't sell the mirrors, but she sells all the other cool stuff that we've actually got 3 or 4 pieces from you already. So you got some cool stuff there. So seriously, good stuff. Elena, do you have any more scary stories you want to tell tonight?
Oh my God, scary stories. No, the windmill guy was my most recent,
That was
I
the
would
most
say. That really was the most recent. I mean, if you count maybe crossover from somebody else's ritual that I was feeling, I mean, that's not really a spooky story, but I felt like my whole chest was being crushed.
That'll
Like-
do it.
Yeah, like
Terrifying.
I was laying there and I woke up and I'm like, my logical mind, I'm like, holy crap, I can't breathe. Am I having a heart attack?
Right?
Am I too young to have a heart attack?
Shit, fuck that.
Maybe I'm not too young.
You know
I'm
what,
like-
honey? I actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I realize
No.
I have some copper wrap crystals I never got rid of, don't I? I think I got a couple. Maybe I'll put a couple of those up on Etsy too, because those do pretty good too.
Oh yeah.
I forgot I had some of those. There was that one that came off the rosary that I made. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Sorry,
those will sell.
I had to
People
put it
will
up
take those too.
Yeah, they will. They absolutely will. Yeah, I'll put some of those up. So, but yeah, sorry to interrupt. So yeah, so
No, you're fine.
spooky stories. That happens to me. You can ask anybody here who's present who hangs out with me enough. I interrupt just because I don't remember things, so I have to say them, or else they die. They die where.
Oh, no, don't. You're good. I'm the same way. I'm all over the place.
I do that to our son all the time. I'm like, listen, I'm just saying this out loud to you so that I remember it.
That's exactly what I use my kids for too.
Elena, I
Otherwise,
just got
I
your
remember
text.
nothing.
I just got your text. That's
Oh my
how bad
God.
my service is here. Like you, I know when you sent that because it would have been right after I sent you one. So,
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's
No.
funny.
Well, then I will challenge your service because I live in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee. I get no signal. I literally have to pay a ridiculous amount of money to get Wi-Fi out here. And all our devices have to be connected to this one stupid little machine that goes so slow.
Oh yeah.
It's horrible.
Oh, it's the worst.
But to be in the middle of nowhere, it might be worth it.
We've been flip flopping on it because I can't do
Yeah.
what I do because we stream everything. Like we.
Yeah, you'd have a problem here.
Yeah. Like between what I'm doing now and then our kid's probably playing video games right now, and then she'll be watching TV when we're doing, and we stream everything. We don't use cable for anything. We use cable internet for everything. So it'd be tough to take a step. Like even DSL would suck. So like it wouldn't be enough. So.
But more and
Yeah.
more places are like upstate New York. My uncle has a cabin up there, and more places are saying, "Listen, we have to make high-speed internet available to everybody, even if like the slower internet's free up there. If you want high speed, you have to pay for it, obviously. But with this whole homeschooling thing going on, everybody's got to have high-speed internet available.
Yeah.
So I think it won't be long before it's all over.
It might be. Well, that's a state
know?
thing because the states have their reasons for that, and
They do, yeah.
New York State loves to make reasons to tax everybody, so that's probably why they did it. But
Yeah, they do.
what you get for living in a deep blue. Just saying, purple's all right, but deep blue is not.
Purple.
So good. Purple's okay, but deep blue is a little much. Deep red can be weird too.
Suddenly I
But,
feel like I got to change my color. Hold on.
yeah, change
Yeah,
it to
I'm-
purple, would you? There
I'm
we
in
go.
deep red.
You're in deep red.
I'm
What's
into deep
funny
red.
is I can tolerate deep red a little bit better than deep blue, but I can definitely afford deep red better. So, yeah. I'd rather be dodging Christians going, "Is that a black ritual you're doing with that? What are you doing?" I'd rather that than you're not allowed to have guns.
Dress like that.
Yeah, I'd much rather deal with that. At least I can go shooting with those people. You know what I mean? It's like,
That's a good point.
here it's like, oh, you have guns? Ew, we can't let our kid play with you. I'm not kidding. Like that
No,
actually
no.
happens.
It wasn't even guns. It was a power drill.
That too, yeah. People are
Whoa, what are you using? It's a power drill. What?
like they were scared because I was.
They were scared of it. It was like a dude that was like not even 2 years younger than me was petrified over a freaking power
He
drill.
wasn't just petrified of the power drill. He was petrified of the fact that I was doing it by hand with the chuck. You know, like when
Yeah.
you tighten a power drill and you use your hand. Like who saves the crank thing, right? Just throw that fucking thing out. So I'm like, "Hinch." He's like, "Oh, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm tightening the." I'm tightening
This is
the
what
chuck,
you
man."
do.
This is what
It's
you
not power tool.
He's like, "No, you don't. You're gonna cut your hand." I'm like, "I'll cut my
No.
hand on purpose right now. What are you, a pussy? Sorry, come on. What the fuck?"
That man's stupid. I could say I do it every single day,
That man's stupid. I like that. Just
multiple times
that
a
man is
day.
stupid.
Oh no, I am dangerous with tools.
I seem to remember pictures of blood. I seem to remember that.
Yeah.
That's
How
the
I
way you
have all
gotta
my
do it.
fingers?
Otherwise, you're not doing it
I
right.
don't know.
Hey, still got all mine.
Yeah.
All 9 of them.
All 9 of them.
Don't ask me about my toes. I like to tap dance on the table saws when nobody's looking. You can't keep me down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've
This
done
is
all
also
my
the area
toes,
where,
but
like,
I've had a broken one or two.
yeah. I'm gonna show you. I have an object lesson here. Hold on. Everybody knows I like knives, so it's not that weird that I just reach down and a knife comes out.
I have them all over the place. Didn't
So this is one of my favorite ones that I modified. I gave it a clip point. I did all kinds of cool stuff on it. It's actually a BK9 if you look up what the normal. So I have this there to help me do some stuff that I'm doing for this project. We were setting up a cool Halloween, what do you call that, haunt. So we're setting up a haunt, and the guy didn't know how to do any of it. So we're doing most of the hard work setting it up. And I used this to like cut cord and stuff because it's what I had. I was like, I'll bring this. It's more fun to use anyway. So the one guy was having a little trouble because he didn't have a saw, so he had to cut a piece of wood. I'm like, well, this is what I use for bushcraft. You can chop wood with this, whatever you want, treat it like a small axe. So he's using it, and he's like chopping through nails and chipping. I'm like, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like, whew, yeah.
Did he chip the blade?
Yeah, I had to fix it. He did. Yep.
Ugh.
Yep.
Yeah.
He deserves death.
It's $100 knife by itself. Then I modded it all up and made it beautiful, and it's yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the guy with all the nice chisels and shit, and when I see somebody fucking scraping a staple out or something with my chisel, it's like, as soon as nobody's looking, as soon as I know you're off camera, I'm going to fucking drive that chisel right through your goddamn chakra.
Right? Just go right up.
Like, that's what a screwdriver's for.
Split that fucking hot dog, Desmond. Split that fucking hot dog.
That's for the OnlyFans.
You know, is OnlyFans
unpack
just for
that one.
porno stuff, or can you use it for other stuff? Is it
I'm
just
sorry,
for
for what?
Is OnlyFans just for pornographic stuff, or is it for other things?
Oh no, a lot of people use it for non-pornographic stuff.
wow.
I'm not saying what category I fall into.
So,
But if you want to see more flesh from the flesh priest, check out.
and on that note, yeah, some people in the comments were talking because I mentioned the commune thing. I'm not lying. I think everybody, if I were to canvass the people in the chat, how many people would want to be part of a black magic community that was like a legit, like, little neighborhood or something? How many people would put up the money to do that? And I'm not just fishing here. I'm asking legitimately, how many of you would be like, ooh, let's do something like that? I mean, it's frustrating because I feel like when we're talking to you guys, like on the video chat, I feel like we could all just like sit around a big fire pit somewhere every night and just have the greatest time. And it's like, why do we all have to live in separate states and shit? Like, it's really fucking frustrating. It really does. Like, it's like my heart just goes, fuck you. Like, it just pisses. Like, let's do magic and make that change, man. You know, I'm already getting like, yes, yes, hell yes, fuck yes. You know, yeah. So it's like, it's one of those things. It's something that'll have to happen. I think, you know, it's a sad state of affairs when we can't do that, right? It's a sad state of affairs when we can't do that. So, yeah.
I'll be there to fucking build everything made of wood.
Yeah. And when I say commune, I don't mean necessarily communist, but I do mean like you know, our own neighborhood or something, like our own like trailer park, basically. Like, that'd be fucking cool as fuck. Honestly, you know what it is? It's like when you see like, look at the ESA Foundation, or look at these other things that start their own, or like what a church does. What does a fucking church do? They make retreats and shit. Let's put it on the agenda board for like a 10-year agenda. D.H. Thorne's retreat in the mountains, right? Let's do that. We'll find a name for it, but let's create let's make something like that. I don't know what it's going to look like, but in like a year or two, I'll start a GoFundMe and we'll do like a big ass fucking thing, and when we hit like 10 grand or something, enough to get the start on it, we'll do it, and we'll start with like a little camp, and like we'll put some man-made huts up, and like we'll be all stinky and weird living there for a while, and like everyone will think we're weird, and then we'll do more rituals and more money will come in. And I'll just start calling myself Koresh. It'll be great. It'll be fine.
Guy says we could be like the Amish and not pay taxes on religious grounds.
Oh, word? That's a good idea.
Oh, there you go.
That's very true. The Black Magic Trailer Park was. You got to say one thing for Elric. That guy's good with fucking naming shit that's wacky. I like when he names stuff. Black Magic Trailer Park Boys. I'll be Richie. I mean, Ricky. I want to be Ricky. I'm totally Ricky. In real life, I'm a lot like Ricky, but I'm like a smart version of Ricky. I'm really obnoxious like that. Without the drug use. I guess Ricky without drugs, but not dumb. How can you be Ricky anymore? I don't know, but I do it. I do it somehow.
Way.
All right, Elena, I love having you on. We're going to open up to other people.
Thank you so much.
So don't be a stranger. Yeah, and once again, the link, I'll put it in the chat for people. I think it's still loaded on my thing there. That looks like it. There you go. So for everybody who likes Elena, check out her pyramids and stuff. She does altar tops, custom work. And if you're interested in mirrors, let's put a link to the mirrors again.
Yes, they're awesome.
And
you must have them.
We will be making more of them. And I think, I don't know, Camilla can say yes or not, because she's, like, I help with it, but that's her baby. I do this part. So if she can handle custom orders, just let them know. But custom orders would probably be along the lines of what you already make, though. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be anything that weird. It would be, you want a mirror, yes or no? Do you want it with eyes or no? That kind of thing. Like and
Fully encrusted, just along the edge.
Yeah, yeah. So
no stones at all.
Yeah. So message on there, and she'll work it out with you about what she can do. So.
Yay! All right, guys. Well, then I shall talk to you guys soon. I'll send you more pics of the stuff I'm working on.
Cool. Thank you.
Love to see
And you guys have a great night.
You too.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
And Lamy is saying that if we wanted to start something like that, apparently she's done the research. She must have some interest in the same thing. You need 10 people with a $5,000 investment each to afford a certain amount of property. Yeah, I see that. I believe that's true. Yeah. So 5-10 year. We're going to have a 5-10 year plan.
Prepared.
She did. Maybe she wants in on it. Maybe she'd be one of the people. Who knows? But yeah, it's a possibility. But I want to own it. No, just kidding.
We just got to find the right place for it.
The right place and the right agreements and everything, because I don't want it to be like we're lording over people and weird crap. I want it to be like a foundation or something. I want it to be something. If I did something like that, it would not be like here's an order and it's a pyramid scheme and all that shit. I'd want to set it up so that it's like a place I want to be too. It's a place I'd want to join and not be afraid to hang out. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, it doesn't have to be big, right? It doesn't have to be a big monastery. It could be literally a little. We could buy an old church somewhere, and just make it a thing. Like that would be cool. So okay, do we have anybody else waiting in the wings, or do we have time? What do we got?
Yes, we do. In fact, give me 1 second.
How much longer do you want to go, Miss Camilla?
I'm fine with anything.
You're over it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got nothing going on tonight.
All right. So let me know if we have somebody. The phone lines are still open. And let me know if they want, well, depending on who it is, I might have video for them already. But let me prepare the summoning brazier.
So I have a person here who has never been on before, but we do know their name.
We do know their name. Uh-oh. Okay. All right.
How mysterious.
Give me a quick second to make sure.
So only.
Okay. I am going to add them in.
Let me know when to conduct the ritual of summoning.
And we are summoning.
Come to us. Come. Join us in the call.
Time realm for us. And hello. So I forgot to ask you how you wanted to be introduced. Would you like me to use your YouTube username?
Hey there, guys. How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Who's this?
My name is Powers Magic.
Oh, what's going on? How's it going?
Hey, nothing much. Big fan of your work, by the way.
Thank you, brother. I recognize the channel. Yeah, I've seen you around. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Not much. I'm just detoxing off a snake bite, but yeah, it's not fun, brother.
Like a legit snake bit you?
Yeah, no.
Oh, shit.
I was talking to Flesh Priest the other day. I actually milk venomous snakes, so.
Gotcha. And so what? One got away from you and nailed you?
Yeah, it's I carry, what is it? Anti-venom, and but with the copperheads, or more commonly known as cottonmouths, I mean, you can actually survive one of their bites. It's just consistent vomiting for 3 hours.
Yeah, we had those when I was a kid upstate where I live, and we get them all the time. And they were usually not a problem, but I remember I ran one over with my bike once, and it actually took a swing at my leg as I didn't mean to. I thought it was a stick, and I hit it, and the head snapped up. I'm like, oh shit, I know what that is. It was pretty scary. Yeah.
Yeah, there's big money in it for sure. You
Yeah.
know?
Okay. Is that what you
yeah.
do for a living? Is you milk snakes for a living? Is that one of the things you do?
Not for a living. No, I'm actually a salesman. You know,
Okay.
it's I sell outdoor kitchens.
Oh, okay. All right. So what brings you on? You got spooky stories. I know you said you got a YouTube channel and everything. So before we get that far, Desmond, do you have a link to our friend's channel there? We can give him a few hits. I know. I've definitely seen the name around. So
Yeah, you know, my work. My phone's freezing up. My work more so goes into dealing with the subconscious. I'm actually I study Jungian psychology
mm-hmm.
for the most part. So I mean, I know that you guys were talking the other day. You had mentioned it in one of your videos about a government document about how they tested different states of consciousness and different states of hypnosis. I actually found that really interesting. I've actually been trying to find the original document, but I didn't see the link in there.
The link was the if you watch that video I put out on Monday, there should be a link in the first comment to a someone had taken it and made it easier to read. But if you know the document's name, in fact, I can probably find it for you in a second. Hold on. It's on the government website. You can find it pretty easy. But the hard part is looking it up sometimes because of how they have it listed. Because it's not by a name. It's like CIA gobbledygook. So.
Well, there's been I access the dark web quite a bit. There's been a document floating around, on certain sites or forums that I frequent. But I just don't think it's the original because it seems like there's gaps of information.
Okay.
I guess.
I wonder if it's the same. If it's meant to be the same document or not. That would be a good question. The title of it, what it's called, is the Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process. And in my video, which I'll have to look up separate, I think I put the actual. It's like GIS something or other. Let me see. Hold on. Like a bunch of numbers. Hold on. Look at my videos. Analysis. And it's probably going to start playing, so you'll probably hear a second of it. But if I stop it, since they have no. Shut up, you. All right, let's see.
We were talking earlier about, you can't really scare us with the shit we do. Like, they're not really scary stories, just weird. That to me is a fucking terrifying story.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's the premise of this video? Just curious. I actually just popped on, not on, but.
You mean the one that I'm talking about for Monday?
No, the one right now.
Oh, mostly spooky stories. That's mostly what this
Mostly
is about.
spooky stories.
Yeah, that's mainly what it's about.
All right.
So it's
So
the document number I found is I don't know if you're ready for this, but you might have an easier time just Googling it.
Paper book.
The Google search term would be Analysis and Assessment of Gateway Process. It's really a review, if you watch that video I did on Monday, of the Monroe Institute. That's really all it is, but it is very interesting. And since you use the dark web, you probably know all about Pirates Bay. You can probably get all of this stuff there. If you want to try the program from I forget which version this is, but I guess it's an older version because it's obviously been recorded in like the 80s or something. It's an older audio, but because Bob Monroe is still alive.
Well, you heard what happened to Pirates Bay, right?
Well, they have to move all the time. They're still there.
Yeah, it's like mirror websites for the most part now.
Yeah, you have to go. Definitely have a VPN if you're going to fuck around with that shit.
Oh, no, brother. Never use a VPN.
No, well, with that one, they recommend the regular VPNs enough. But
well, this is the thing, bud. When you use a VPN, basically your information's for sale to third parties.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, what I use is Linux. So
yeah, you're doing it the hard way. Yeah.
There's an operating system that acts inside of an operating system. So my main operating system is Kali Linux, and then I use Hunex on the inside, running two portals through a virtual machine that acts like an operating system.
Yeah, that's too much for my blood. I don't use it that much anyway for the Pirates Bay stuff, so it's not really something that I mess with much anyway. So, but no, I hear you, dude. That's a lot better than what I'm doing with it, to be honest.
Oh, dude, I can send you, a link on the whole setup, but it's actually fairly simple.
Oh, if it's not too hard, maybe I'll look at it and see if I'm sure
Yeah.
I could figure it out, but I just don't have the energy to fuck with it much. But if it's something I could do easily, maybe I'll do it. I have like some extra hardware I can probably slap together a potential firewall system with or something. My knowledge of this stuff goes way back to like when it wasn't that complicated. In other words, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing
Just
anymore.
binary code, right?
What's that?
It was just pure binary. Or
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'm in my 40s and I wasn't the best at it either. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying I know what I'm doing. I'm saying basically after the year 2000, I kind of dropped out from it all. So I just use it now. So let's see if you're going to Google it, it's going to be analysis and assessment of gateway process, and that should get you to CAA-RDP 96-00788R0017 002 100 16-5. So that is the document itself.
what were the last two numbers?
Let's see, 0016-5.
Yeah, so I've been meaning to ask this, but I don't know if you frequent the astral plane very much, but I've had the experience and you know um, the time to kind of observe some people on there. Have you ever worked with Ahura Menu?
No, I have not.
That's his older name, Zoroastrianism. Ahriman.
Yeah, no, I haven't worked with either of those. Not really, no. My thing, a lot of this started for me in 2018, and it's been more recent stuff for me. So my Pokemon skills are not up to the usual snuff that some people's are. My beginnings is mostly foundation on non-duality and things of that nature, and I started getting into this stuff again after a long hiatus. Basically, back in I'm gonna say about 15, 20 years ago, I started putting magic down because it just wasn't it just didn't mesh with me. I have reasons for it if you read Shadownomicon, but I had to put it down, and then I became kind of like a hard skeptic for a while. Completely, trashed it, and then because that wasn't satisfying enough to my soul, and I knew that wasn't the right direction, I started exploring things like, just the more secular versions of non-duality, just like Zen Buddhism, Advaita Vedanta, stuff like that, Alan Watts. And I kind of had a wake up, and from that, I said, you know what? Let me go back into studying magic again, and let me actually apply it again, and see if I was crazy or if what I saw when I was younger was real. And it was real, and all that stuff has come roaring back. And so for the last year or two, I've been playing catch up a lot, but at the same time, because my knowledge of metaphysical things is very advanced, I get a following for that, not so much because I know all these spirits back to front. So some of this stuff is newer to me, especially the mythologies and stuff like that. I'm still learning a lot of that stuff. So I do know who Ahriman is, though, of course. Definitely know who that is, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean you are a Luciferian.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I wouldn't
Yeah.
say that they're necessarily the same by any. I connect Lucifer to Enki and that direction more, but there's been a lot who connect them.
Ahrimanic yoga and their traditional teachings of Luciferianism.
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with it because I'm not. When I say I'm a Luciferian, I'm not saying that I follow a Luciferian tradition from somewhere else. It's something that I've identified just from practice, just from understanding individuality and not following along with other people's dogma, basically. Creating my own current, if you will. So that's kind of where that comes from. So no, I'm not familiar with any organized Luciferian traditions at all whatsoever. Like zero.
Okay.
Like it's not an interest. People come to me and say, "Oh, do you know who is it, honey? Who's the one everyone's asking me that?" And you have one of his books.
Will that be
What's that?
Michael
like
Ford.
W.
Michael Ford. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know who Michael Ford is. Who the fuck is that? And then she's like, I'm reading little bits of it. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that part. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds exactly right. Nope, that's kind of weird, but yeah. So no, I am completely. I'm like a babe in the woods. I'm still the fool card when it comes to a lot of this stuff.
See, that's what I like about your videos. I mean, you have this sickening neutrality to your videos. Great, love it. Now I watch them. It's like it's viewing it through a fresh pair of eyes, and it's like this guy is pretty much a lot of the stuff actually goes into a lot of the doctrines of what Luciferian follows. If you weren't aware, but you kind of elaborate on them, like looking through a kid's eyes. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Well, again, that comes a lot from that not Zen, but that Eastern philosophy perspective, that non-duality perspective, which I've learned now. I have a friend he's really into classical stuff. He'd probably know more than me on some of this stuff, believe it or not, and he's not into magic at all. But we were having a conversation the other day, and I was like, it's pretty obvious to me that the Greeks and the Indians pretty much, they had the same ideas, they just expressed them in different languages. He's like, yeah, there was non-duality was basically, shared by the two cultures a lot, at least the Greek philosophers, Plato, Socrates, all that stuff. So it is stuff that I'm familiar with, but from a different. So what I would say is this: I validate a lot of the things that people are experiencing because I do come at it with that child's eyes, and I have been commanded, so to speak, not like I have to listen, but part of my pact with the spirits that I work with is to be sincere about that stuff, and go, I don't know, and completely just say this is what I experienced, and kind of create my own perspective. And I guess it's appreciated for that reason, because I'm not trying to fill somebody's head with stuff they've heard already, and I'm not trying to just follow along. I would rather, and I'm not trying to invent a new religion or anything goofy like that. I'm just, this is what I think, this is what I do. In fact, some of the people that are my mentorees that pay, a bunch of money per month to talk to me, I have to ask them things, and I don't mean answers to deeper questions. I mean, what was that guy's name? What was that mythology? Like, they have to help me out. Like, there's a guy in the comments right now, Johann Josef von Engelstadt. Hopefully he'll call in again. That guy has read more on the occult than I think I knew that the occult existed. He's a brilliant guy, and we have great conversations because of it.
Speaking of the great Josef von Engelstadt, he says, "Good evening, Camilla, DH, and Flesh Priest." With that super chat.
Oh, he sent us a super?
Brother.
I knew I had a reason to say hi. What's up?
I mean, I think I got to stop. I got to walk away from the books.
Yes,
sure.
To a point.
To a point.
Yeah, to a point.
It feels like it's just influencing too much at this point.
The way I see it is, and I don't want to cut you off too much. It sounds like you have a bunch to say, but it's one of those things where, like, I'm an artist by nature. Like, my deep core is artistic in nature. Even if I'm not drawing and painting, I'm always creating something. And I learned a long time ago that to do a good job at that, the worst thing you can do is to be too immersed in what other people create and to become a consumer of art more than you are a creator of art. I think coming at art from an empty-headed perspective always produces better art. Just like musicians, when they're not trying to copy some other theme or style, they do a better job of it by creating their own. So
I feel called out.
Shut up, you. So from the magical perspective, I find it's very important, and I think, Crowley had said something like, you got to learn the rules before you break them. I think it's really important that people come to magic, especially with a strong metaphysical understanding. This way they can apply occult ritual from a higher place. If you come to magic from a perspective of, I'm going to buy, whatever, the red dragon or something, and practice it, it's more like a religion at that point, and you're missing the higher lessons that can be learned by practicing. Whereas if you come at it from I already have an idea of what the universe is and what my place in it is and all that stuff, when you have an understanding of how magic might work, let alone how it does work, when you have that perspective and it's legitimate, it's not just like, oh, I think maybe. No, you've really thought about this and you've really come to terms with it. Magic sings at that point. Magic is a lot easier to perform and practice. And yeah, you might not have some of the skills other people have. You might not have the experience other people have. But they will come to you for the wisdom because they never gained the wisdom. They've done the work without learning the lessons, if that makes sense. So, no, I'm not an occultist that learned wisdom. I went the other way. I gained these ideas from another place. And books are a great place to be inspired. Books, I write books. I make most of my living off of people buying my books. But a big thing about what I do with my books is say, listen, this is not like a dogmatic path. This is inspiring ideas I've had. Try them, work with them that way. This is a pattern. Look for the symbols within the pattern. Why do I use those symbols? Why do I use a burning brazier? Why don't I just rip up the paper or something? Why do I do things a certain way? And to understand why things are done a certain way. There's a lot of traditions that'll teach you that, but I don't think you need them. I really don't. I think that the gate is open. You just got to walk through it. You don't have to fight with all this stuff. But you're a reserved guy, so you talk now. I'm like Alex Jones. If you don't talk over me, I just I talk too much.
No, it's very insightful for sure. The other day when you actually elaborated on the question, what is free will? I actually took quite a few notes on that. again, another fresh perspective.
It's a fun topic. I mean, even like I said, I became a skeptic for a while, and so I immersed myself. I've always been into science. Don't get me wrong; it was never outside of my purview. But when I became a skeptic, I said, well, magic and spirituality is not real. Like I just cut it, bang! It doesn't exist. It's all a lie. It's all in your head. It's all bullshit. And so I still wanted deeper meaning. So I started studying science more deeply than I ever did before. And I just learned a lot of it. Now, I'm not good at math. You can't ask me to do calculus for shit. I'm not that kind of a scientist guy, but I get it. Like I watch the videos, I read I'll even read the journals and stuff. And I'll understand a lot of it without the math, hopefully. If it's not a lot of math, I can usually understand it.
Well, I was about to bring up quantum physics, but
which I understand, but not in a mathematical way. So it can be a little annoying for me.
You really don't have to have math you don't have to have math to understand, the core principles of it.
Right, and I don't use the math for that. I do understand most of the core principles for it pretty well. Not enough to argue with a person who's like a really hardcore quantum physicist or anything, but I do get it. Like I get the principles of it. And it's interesting because it comes up a lot now. In fact, I've noticed a slight trend in the science community, if we want to call it that. PBS Spacetime has been doing a lot of videos on this lately, and I'm kind of smiling.
Oh, God,
I'm kind of smiling because they're talking about things I'm talking about, and they're talking about. Go ahead. You want to say? Go ahead.
No. I just, dude, I've been catching up on that. That's
Their last two episodes fit so perfectly into what I was talking about that it was kind of spooky. But yeah, they're talking about block time universe and how this relates to the future and past and blah blah blah. And to me it's obvious. I know to a scientist that's not enough because they need to prove things with, they need to be able to prove things or disprove them. Really, is what they're trying to do. It has to be disputable, basically. And metaphysics has been answering these questions for a long time, but not experimentally so. And I think part of the issue is that some of the things they're asking, I think, are beyond the realm of what science is about. Science is about the material world. It's about that, and to a certain degree, it can get you close because you can scientifically prove certain things about the higher realms, about what's going on exterior. And it's all the same thing, right? If we're really non-dualistic, if we're really monist in our understanding, we understand that the astral and the material are the same thing. They're just reflections of each other. They're just, it's like if you look to your left, there's the left. If you look to the right, there's the right. But they're both the same thing. It's the same stuff. So when you start to recognize that what they're describing is part of the fractal, okay, and the fractal will have self-similarity on different levels of iteration that exists, the astral will have similarities. The as above, so below, the Baphomet, it's the same thing, right? That's the symbolism we're using. So there should be, maybe not provability to some of the things, but they should correlate strong enough that we can look at the two and they should at least line up so that they don't fight. And what I've found is that people have a Hollywood version of magic that they have been impressed upon them by the elite, we'll say. Because I really do think it's conspiratorial. I think people have been convinced that magic is so bizarre and so Hollywood that you have to be able to do levitation for it to be real, for it to be magic.
Yeah.
And
I mean, a lot of that originates from the Order of the Black Hand, starting back. I mean, they have the roots traced all the way back to, the Tigris and Euphrates River under different names. But I mean, that's what it is most of the day. It's filled with a lot of dogma, a lot of bullshit. I think magic is just something internal to work on oneself. And then, of course, that gets into like psychoanalysis and, of course,
let me take you to another level. What if, let's imagine, just for argument's sake, because we can't prove it yet, the multiverse is real. And let's imagine that consciousness is not produced by the body, but is a thing that focuses on the body, like an antenna. What if consciousness is somehow throughout the entirety of the material and astral universe? What if it is the divine consciousness of the source, and the consciousness focuses on individual things, and kind of like when we're playing a video game, we think we're the character. It basically does that. Now, what if that is true? That means that theoretically that consciousness can shift from person to person, reality to reality, moment to moment. And it already does this, because if we're understanding block time universe, what is moving? Is your consciousness a thing that's produced by the brain and is moving through a block time, well then why would it do that like that if time is a block? Why would it do that? Why would that be the only thing that moves? So the only physical thing that moves, if you follow my meaning. If consciousness is produced by the brain as a product of brain neurology happening, how the fuck does that move through a timeless universe? It shouldn't. In other words, if nothing's really moving, why would the conscious mind be the only thing that moves in a physical way? So obviously it can't be. So what must be happening is there must be a consciousness that is shifting its focus through every iteration of every atom and molecule through that quantum potentiality, so that it's literally living every universe and every moment simultaneously, but it is experiencing them linearly in a way that is not all at once at the same time, but rather in a sequence, we'll say. This creates a linear timeline in which there's a past, present, and future, but it's all now. It's all the moment. So if that is potentially true, and you and I probably agree a lot on Jungian psychology, although I'm not as educated on it as it sounds like you are, but I use a lot of it in my work, at least a superficial way. If we understand the idea of a collective conscious, if we understand the idea of a collective unconscious and all of these things, synchronicity and all this cool stuff that Jung talks about, as being an indicator kind of from the universe that you're on the right path, so to speak. If this is true, why wouldn't it be possible to do magic in the form where when you're doing magical ritual, you are creating a paradigm gate, a gate through which your consciousness could quantum leap to another point in the multiverse in which it's just like the one you're already in, but the thing that you want exists. So you'd still have to have a linear transition from one experience to the next, but you'd be leaping to a timeline where the thing you want happens. So for example, if I want to become rich, I only have to quantum leap to the universe where abundance is plenty in this bodily iteration. I don't have to manipulate and break the laws of reality to do that. In other words, the traditional, dogmatic Hollywood version of magic is that I go bibbity bobbity boo and money appears, or it breaks the laws of physics to give me money somehow. It's somehow going to bend the laws of physics so that any scientist could easily prove that that's not what happened. Easily. I promise you, So what is probably happening is when you do your magic ritual, your consciousness is jumping unknown to you because you're just not aware of what you're doing to another timeline, literally where the thing you want plays out. The Berenstain-Bears mandala effect, but you're controlling it. It's not something that happens when CERN turns on. It's something that happens when you light a candle and say bibbity bobbity boo.
Yeah, show me a sin.
What's that?
Bro, you're basically taking the words right out of my mouth, bro.
Oh, what'd you say? Japanese? Was that show me a sen? Was that what you said?
Dude, you just I was just taking another quote from Jungian psychology.
Oh, okay.
He basically says, "Show me a sane man."
Show me a sane man. I'm like, sounds like he said something in Japanese. Like, never mind. Go on.
And, the Eastern warrior tradition is actually, it goes hand in hand with pretty much anything occult.
Yeah.
You can actually combine them. Daily practice with martial arts and myself
Sure.
actually does great for grounding. But
when I was younger, martial arts was my thing. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I got into spiritualism in the first place, was because I was so much into that. Like, I like Jedis, and I liked the movie Dune when I was a kid, when I was really young. Like, I was like not even a teenager yet, and I'm watching all this stuff because I was born in '77. So I'm watching all this stuff, and I'm like, oh man, I love that. And I was always like a chubby kid, so it kind of got me healthier to get into it. I studied martial arts for well over 10 years, and some of it good, some of it useless, some of it's, because it was the 80s and 90s, so there was a lot of crap being taught back then. But then I got better stuff. But anyway, I totally got into that warrior philosophy. And in so doing, I got really into like the Zen practices and the forms of magic that are discussed like in ninjutsu, which whether ninjutsu is real or not, I was into it. It was the 90s. So I'm studying Kujikiri, studying Kujin and all that stuff. And Zen philosophy was made available through it. And that's where I got my beak wet. And then my friends were doing magic stuff. And we'd start talking about magic, and I'm talking to them like I'm talking to you now. And they go, where is this coming from? I go, I don't know. Well, it's exactly what Crowley said, or it's this and that. And I go, well, that's great. Maybe we're on the same wavelength. I don't know. As I got older, I just ran with that. And I just said, That's what my magic is then. It's not what other people write, it's what I'm writing and what I'm saying. So if it's similar to Jung, I'm not surprised. I wish I could prove to you that I don't read a lot, because I really don't. You can ask my wife, though. Do I read much, honey?
No.
No, I really don't.
On the internet you do, but no.
Not even like, yeah, I'll watch a lot of YouTube is what I do these days. Yeah, she is reading the internet. She means like read Facebook.
Yeah, it's more Facebook stuff.
Yeah, I mean, to go back to the actual premise of the video, haunted stories, because I know we do have a crowd listening to us, obviously.
I'm sure they're enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, no, I mean, this is actually a really interesting conversation. I'm sitting here with a pen and paper writing it down,
Cool.
Different notes. But, going back to it, I mean, if you think about it, what is the evocation of an entity? I mean, is it just a figment of one's, consciousness?
Everything's a figment of your consciousness. Let's start with that, period. Like, you can cut off any discussion with just that. But no,
Right.
That's not a satisfying answer, is it? We want to have a little bit more than just it's all figment. It's all Maya, is what I would start by saying. But in
Well,
Maya, go ahead.
I can kind of put out an example, and I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
Just to put out an example here, I grew up in Flint, Michigan. Probably not the best area in the world if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't drink the water.
Yeah, you can pretty much light it on fire, brother. But I came down to Florida, and at that time I had been working with the artist Galatia. More in particular, a daemon known as Bune,
Yep.
which is if
Some people say Bune. Yep. Mm-hmm.
that if you want to understand like financial strategies and power, I mean, go just do an evocation. I mean, it's gonna help you enormously.
Yeah.
As long as you're willing to learn. She doesn't do it for you, but I mean, she'll open the doors for you.
Yeah, Johan's loving you right now because he's got some identifications with her as well, and it's also feminine to him. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, for me, finances are not that important. I guess I don't prioritize it. In fact, it took me forever to start asking for anything prosperity oriented with spirits. I started, when I came back in 2018, the very first pact I did, and my wife was there for it, was to ask for a book of magic that would put me on the map and make me memorable, and I think I literally said I want to be remembered like a Crowley or something in the future, like generations to come. I want people to know who I am. And I left it at that. I didn't ask for money, and when and I didn't even ask for the book to sell. I just asked for a book. And I devoted the book to them. So I made it a pact in which the spirits had a vested interest in it succeeding. And I wrote the book in like 3 months, and it's a big book. If you don't know, Become the Maelstrom's a pretty big book. And I wrote it in 3 months.
Digital copies. There's a forum with a completely free digital copy on Deep Web.
Yeah, they shouldn't have that, but yeah.
I mean, it's popping up everywhere, but any book that comes out now.
Yeah, I know. No, I actually, if you look up the Reddit thread about it, I'm actually there talking to them about it. So I'm going, look, I'm not a narc, but I would really appreciate it if you enjoy the book to please understand that you're taking money out of my pocket, because I'm not under a publisher. I'm self-published. So some people bought it anyway.
Put you in the right direction, how to combat something like that. It's a bit tedious, but I mean, if you're willing to spend the time to do it.
I don't care too much. Like, as somebody said, like, the people who aren't going to buy it, and they might as well have it and speak good about it. And I'm like, yeah, true. It's not even about that. It's just when I first started out and I hadn't even had 1,000 copies sold yet, I'm like, great. So there goes at least a bunch of my revenue. So, but no, it's been successful so far. I've been very happy with it. I mean, it's not enough for me to quit my job by itself. I have to do other stuff too, but it's definitely like at least a third of my income comes from my book sales. So it's important to me that they do well. But the irony was, when it first started, I was like, I'll be happy if I make $100 on this. And you can ask my wife; she's sitting right there. That was the honest truth. I'm like, if I sell $100 worth, it was worth it. It was a fun experience, and I got that experience. And then the orders started coming in, and they started rolling in further and more, and then the reviews started happening, and then
underestimated it, and I was more accurate with my prediction.
Yeah. So now it's like it's big enough where even if I were to die tomorrow, it'd probably sell better if I did. It's
And
gonna.
I'm glad you got it out there. It's definitely an interesting book for sure.
Yeah, and it's not even what I want to say yet. I mean, that was meant to be a primer. It was meant to be like, I don't know if you like Dungeons and Dragons. It was meant to be like a player's handbook.
Absolutely, bro. Who doesn't?
Yeah, exactly, right. You should join us on our Discord channel, man. We're going to be doing that soon. But yeah, it's like that. It's meant to be like a player's handbook. Well, eventually the DMG will come out, and then the Monster's Manual is the spiritual stuff, what spirits you can work with. That's kind of how I approached it. And I said, let me create a core rule book and then supplement with mini books after that. But I do have some that are more about the deeper workings as I understand the universe, which are just really interpretations, probably, because I'm not educated, man. I didn't even go to college. I barely finished high school. So if that's my excuse for why I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I get this stuff that I think about, I write it out, and then in my searches around, just because I'm interested, I go, wow, that sounds like this other thing. Let me look at that. Oh, it's almost the same. So we'll see. One of my later books is going to be, I call it the Greater Keys of Creation. That's coming out. I don't know when, but that's the title, and it's going to be a list of conceptual keys that will help understand a lot of this stuff to make it a lot better and easier. It'll be almost like my Hermetic Principles, basically, in a similar vein. So we'll see, but very well explained, not just a couple of sentences. It'll be very well explained.
You know, somebody you'd probably get a real kick of having on here.
Who's
Curtis
that?
Joseph.
Curtis Joseph. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I picked his mind before. He's a deeply intelligent person, but I mean, the way he looks at things is just odd. Like, it makes you think, like, what the hell? But he also comes from, principles of Eastern philosophy and warrior traditions, along with Western ceremonialism as well.
It's kind of like Frank White. Like I do watch Frank White a little bit. I'll have to see if I can approach him sometime. But I think he seems a little harder to approach than some others. But Frank White would be a fun guest to have on. Maybe he'd be willing to come on at some point. But he's very much similar. Like, he talks a lot about meditation. A lot of Eastern philosophy is running through his veins. You can hear it in what he talks about. So he knows this stuff too that way too. Yeah, it's interesting. But I mean, so does a lot of those people. Like Quetting, like E.A. Quetting has a lot of, he's a little bit more like me, whereas I was very much into, say, Japanese, and Chinese Chan and Zen and all that stuff. But what I'm finding out is what I really like is the Vedantas, the different Vedantic traditions, especially Aveda Vedanta. That's like bing. That's what I love. And E.A. Quetting, it's kind of similar. He's into that yogic stuff. He does a lot of stuff. So it's definitely in a similar category. But I also, I classify magic, ceremonial magic, as a form of yoga. It's an externalized form of yoga. It's a yoga where you're not just contorting your body to align your mind, body, and spirit. You're also influencing your environment. You're setting up a ritual that does the same thing. That's why the Trinity of Self in my book is laid out the way it is. It's this idea that good magic aligns your mind, body, and spirit, and not just your body, but the body being reality around you, towards your higher intention. And when they're aligned properly, manifestation is inevitable. So that's how I prosecute, and that's what I call like a quantum leap. You're like leaping to another reality in which those things take place, whatever it is that you're trying to experience. But it's not your ego that's doing it. That's one of the important things. Your ego is just another tool that your higher intentions, your higher source self is playing like a puppet. But I think your thing was about, you were asking, since the subject was ghosts, you did want to have that brief.
I got sidetracked.
No, that's fine. So we'll do that brief, and then maybe we'll do one more call, and then we'll see what goes on tonight. But that's an interesting thing to bring up. So
you'll have to forgive me.
No, you're fine, dude. I get your energy. You're reserved, and you don't talk as much, but I hear the wheels turning like 1,000,000 miles an hour in there. So I get it, man. You're fine.
It's snake venom.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. But
just going back to it, I had not but this is actually to turn it back to when I was working with Bjorn. Just to give you guys kind of a premise, when I was working with her, it wasn't the most fun experience. A lot of people, when you work with her, she can be kind, but she can be cold.
Yeah.
Or mean at times as well. She's great.
Would you draw a connection between her and Tiamat in any way?
I try not to look at the back sources, tracing back to the ancient gods. I just take it at face value.
Mm-hmm.
Though if you do go with older forms, they are more powerful,
Hmm.
and on how you look at it. But yeah,
And
no,
harder to reach in some cases.
it is. It is. I mean, even like with Azeroth, I'd rather work with Starte.
Right. I hear you. In fact, that was my thing. If I was going to work with Azeroth, I was always looking at Astarte or any of the other versions. Well, actually, I got slapped by Lucifer by that once because someone had asked a question. And they said, well, who's Lucifer then, really? Because Lucifer doesn't exist really he was sort of invented, right? He's an invented idea out of a name in the book that, in the Bible that was a misunderstanding. Lucifer is the light bringer. Well, he was demonized into Satan, right? And that's not quite right. So where does it come from? And in my looks, one of the first things Lucifer said was, no, I appear to mankind this way because it's easier to relate to me in your current understanding of everything. It's your culture right now. And that is the egregore that I like to use to communicate to humanity. But I represent the archetypal ideas of cosmic rebellion, not necessarily the adversary. That Satan is a little different, although they wear the same masks sometimes. It's the archetype of the cosmic rebel and the higher enlightened self. It's kind of like the Buddha of the West, but he's demonized instead of celebrated. So it's very much about self-empowerment, self-liberation, and those kinds of things. And so Lucifer is just the archetypal egregore that it manifests with these days. It's just a mask that it wears.
I'm gonna have to set up a consultation with you sometime.
Yeah, sure. Just go to my website, mindtheshadows.com, and it's under my services button, and you'll find everything there that you might want. And I'll probably make a deal with you. Just email me and we'll talk about it, and we'll see what we come to, what terms we want to go to. So that'd be cool, man. I'd enjoy that. Yeah.
The actual story at hand. It's Yoon, and if anybody's worked with her before, she's also very good with necromancy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a finite part of working with finances, if you connect the two. But when I was working with her, the first thing it came off, it wasn't so much an evocation as it was a light possession. I'm actually, probably gonna do, because right now I'm probably making around $6,000 to $7,000 a month,
Mm-hmm.
Which is great.
Yeah, it's better than I do by a lot. That's great, man.
But the thing is, she likes for you to reinvest money to make more prosperity.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you don't want to hoard it all, right? I mean, even for me, like, I'm not the type, like, I like to be comfortable, and unfortunately I'm hoarding, but that's because we're trying to buy a house or something. So
Right.
I'm not the hoarding type. I am the security net type, but I'm not the hoarding type. So
Hoarding, it's delayed investment.
yeah. Well, especially hoarding, because what are you doing when you're hoarding? You're not even investing it, right? It's not growing.
Oh.
It's just sitting there in a hole somewhere. Yeah, that's not healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, what is money? I mean, after you meet your base needs like rent, food, you got all your stuff for your kids and stuff like that. I mean, what is it after that? I mean, at that point, it's just to buy experiences for stuff.
Yes, yeah, and it's it's beyond that. It's a distraction. I think people that are really so the universe teaches us non-attachment one way or the other, and there's a lot of ways it can do that. One is to deprive you, and the other is to kind of like in the old stories with Pinocchio when he made him smoke all the cigars at once. It'll give you too much of what you want, and you get tested that way. You get shown that way. It's not about light or dark. It's not about. It's just that's what the universe of entropy does. It does that. So I've found that, like, for me, maybe because I never had that much, even though my family was rich once upon a time, I never had that much growing up. The rich in my family was like 2 generations ago, so I never had much. I was always like poverty or on the cusp of my whole life, and I've never really thought like a poor person, but I've never really saw much use in being rich. I know what I want in life. I know that I want a stable home that's mine in a place that I can be proud of. I know that I want to have my basic needs, for the most part, taken care of. I know that I want to always have something to strive for. I want to have, a goal, at least financially, to strive for. Maybe, a new car or something, but never like, I don't need a Maserati. I'd be happy in a blown up Mad Max, muscle car. That would be fine with me, and it wouldn't even cost that much. It just somebody can work on it with me. We'll break a car and make it work better. So it doesn't even. I'm not interested in that.
Like you say it like that's the lesser option. That sounds fucking dope.
But that is
Yeah.
a lesser option because it's not
Yeah.
that. I'm not looking for the. But like that's it though. Like I'm not like, oh, I need a private jet and my own concert hall, and I'm not like that. I just want a home that's mine. It doesn't have to be that big. Like really, a small home with a big property would suit me just fine.
Yeah, I mean that's the point that I'm getting right now. Right now I'm renting, but at the same time I'm looking out for properties to invest in, like triplex and fourplexes, just to keep a revenue to come in case this company hits the shit.
Yeah.
But just to be smart with it. But to go back to the story, it was more of like a light possession, and I don't know if you've ever had it happen before. Man, the fucking shadows are stirring in here, but if you've ever had it happen before, it will you can spontaneously get possessed. Not in the way that like the movies portray it.
No. I've got video of myself being possessed. Actually, it's actually sometimes it's underwhelming.
What's that?
I said I've got video of me being possessed actually, and if you don't understand what's going on, it can be a little underwhelming actually because it seems like I'm just a different. It's almost like it's like there's another occultist that did a video and they're like roaring and screaming and choking, and I'm like, nope, that's not. At least none of the spirits I've worked with would ever do that with me. No, it's a presence. There's a presence in the person, and they don't always necessarily even talk different, but there's a twinkle. You can tell there's a difference in them, and it's almost like multiple personality disorder. It's closer to that, but usually it's accompanied with things that are. When I say paranormal, I don't necessarily mean it has to be Hollywood level, but sometimes it kind of seems like it. I mean, I told the story about reaching into a bonfire with my bare hand while possessed. Wasn't roaring and screaming. I'm just like, here you go. You want a light? And didn't get burned. Nothing happened at all.
Hot coal, right? The hot coal.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep. I remember that.
Yeah. So I mean, it can happen like that, but it's. So I believe you, man. It's there's different levels of possession too. Don't forget. I mean, there's I basically split it, and maybe I'm not right to do so, but in my own terminology, there's invocation and evocation, and evocation is external manifestations in some medium. And invocation is when you are being somehow influenced, energized, interacted with internally. So the lightest level would be, I invoke this spirit to guide my hand, right? And you just feel inspired. Then you have like lower channelings where you're writing or something. You're somehow messages are coming to you and they're coming to you internally and you're sharing them. Then you have like deep channeling where you're like in a trance and you're just like and you're just writing like automatic writing or speaking, whatever it is. Then you have possession, and then there's levels of that. There's conscious possession where you're aware of it, and you may feel like your side, like maybe shotgun, or maybe you're still in the driver's seat, but they're telling you go left and right. So you might be shotgun and they're driving or whatever, to give an analogy. Then you have backseat where you're like watching it almost in third person, but through your own eyes. And then there's lights out, like you're in the trunk. You don't know what the fuck's happening. You just wake up later and go, what just happened? And you don't know what just happened. So
necromancy all the way. Oh my God. Don't do blind evocations, friends. I mean, anybody that's listening, don't do a blind evocation.
Which is, of course, what I did the first time. Anybody who almost everybody. I've never spoken to anybody who never did one. Can I be honest with you? Maybe you're an exception, but just from you telling me that, it sounds like you did one. I don't know anybody who does magic that hasn't done a blind invocation, and we all say the same thing: don't do it. And then your life turns to shit for 5 years, and you don't know why.
I woke up I woke up naked in a cemetery, okay, and waked up by a cop. All right, and then I had to sit in jail for 2 months.
I believe it.
Yeah, it's not fun stuff, but I mean, human spirits are like the one exception of spirits that are just like assholes. I mean, I hate saying that, but yeah, I mean, going back to the story, I mean, there's your story right there.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Exactly. But hey, man, it was a pleasure getting on with you.
Sure. Call in anytime, man, and email me, and we'll talk about that potential consult or whatever you want to do. I'd be happy to, man. I'd be happy to. Thank you.
And Flesh Priest, just curious. I feel like there's a reason behind your name. It's necromancy. Something to do with necromancy, right?
The story is actually very mundane, but it could be he's just getting his feet wet in magic. So tell him the story if you want, Fleshy.
I've told this before. All of you who have heard it are gonna hear it again. It doesn't actually have anything to do with that. Not in the what we do sense, because I still am very much a newbie. It actually came from us playing a video game and me getting all
Cannibal.
my characters, and I wore the flesh of my enemies, and I consumed it, and I started a cult of the flesh in a little game called The Forest.
Yeah.
If you've seen the movie Split, he was doing such a great unintentional impression of when he acted like the female character that it was like perfect. Yeah, Patricia, it was perfect. And like just the way he said it was also so twisted and evil. I'm like, oh my God, you're like that, but you're like a flesh priest or something. So it stuck. I don't know who came up with the word first. It was me or him or who. I think it was you actually, Desmond, who said it. I am the priest of the flesh. And we're all like, yes!
I am the priest of the flesh, and all of you natives thought that you would be the ones terrorizing us, but
And I feel like this guy would be great at stand-up comedy. In the character. But hey, it was a pleasure speaking to you guys.
Thank you, brother. It's a pleasure speaking to you too. Put your link to somewhere so that one of us can share it to your channel.
yeah, and before you go, I said I would ask. People were wanting to know if they could private message you somewhere, if they could get in contact with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, if you guys are listening right now, go ahead and text it in the bottom here in a minute. But you can contact me. That's probably not a good email. It's going to be Tony Garrison, which isn't my real name, 220@gmail.com. That's the email associated with the YouTube account. Feel free to give me contact on that. Just don't spam it. I will block you. I have had enough problems with a lot of that stuff, but like anything I can help with, feel free to reach out. I do provide services. I do them free, but I do select the client itself. I'm actually coming up on an Upworking project. As soon as some of this stuff with my work goes down, it's basically what was it? G.S. Garrett actually did it, and it's essentially evoking the human soul, but it has to do something with like alchemical change with the human soul, then placing it back into the body, and scan it react. So it's really interesting. It's like spiritual surgery.
Okay.
I've been having trouble with it. I've been doing it with animals. With their consent. If you guys ever sit down with an animal, I'm sure you can kind of feel like when they say yes, But
sure. Assuming they understand what you're asking them, but yeah.
I mean, it's more of just like a feel type of thing.
I mean, remember their cerebral cortex is not as developed as ours, so their sense of self is different. Like if you connect to an animal, they have a sense of presence, but a sense of self, only some animals have a very developed one. Like your dog has a little bit. Like, they know like, hey, you're there and I'm here, but they don't see themselves as clearly as we think we do. And we probably don't see ourselves a fraction of what we could if we had a higher intelligence going on too. So, I think I'm touching it, but I think that there's probably beings going, oh, you don't know the true universe? Well, I do, but but you don't smell that other person smells? No, I don't. Okay. So yeah, there's probably some
even
sense
with dogs, brother. I mean, I've been doing it with a Burmese python that's been hyper aggressive. I adopted it. It's huge. It's bigger than me. It's a huge snake. And essentially, I did this. I basically went off the script of what J.S. Garrett provided, evoked the actual spirit of the snake in itself, and did some tinkering with it. Now it's not aggressive. It's not hissing and biting at me anymore. It's more calm and docile.
I believe it's possible to a point anyway. I mean, I know like you can connect to the higher being of almost anything living, and that's not to say it's mechanical where I can promise you that I can turn your rabid dog friendly or something, but I definitely know what you mean because, again, my wife can probably back me up here. Animals generally get along. It's very rare a dog or something doesn't like me. Very rare. And usually if they don't like me, it's like something weird about me. It's like we have your Uncle Steve, like that
was hysterical.
His dogs listen to me and they ignore him. Yeah.
All he did was yell the whole time. It was great.
kneel down and come here. They come over, sit, and they all sit. But yeah,
Much.
yeah.
Of course,
I'm a
think-
benevolent
I-
kind of arrogance, but I do have arrogance. I don't deny it at all.
I mean,
Well, I
you,
think they pick up on his nature too.
Yeah, that's true
Well,
too. He's a bit of a dick.
A bit of a dick.
He makes me look like a sweetheart, and I'm a bit of a dick. Yeah.
do you have any reptiles?
Yeah, we've got 2 ball pythons actually.
Ball pythons?
Yep,
That's
We love them. They're sweet as hell. Like people don't know, like snakes and shit. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a rat around them, but they're sweet as can be. I mean, I guess because of their biology, their physiology, they always look like they're smiling. But there are times when I'm playing with them, and they'll look you in the eye, and there's a little connection. It's not like I said, like I don't feel like a self to self, but I do feel almost like a dream NPC looking at, like there's something behind it that's there. It's not empty, and it's really interesting because they'll look at you, and sometimes they'll become really aware of you. And they know to look at you in the eye, which I find interesting. When creatures look at you in the eye,
such an odd feeling.
yeah, because it's the reason it's odd, though, I think is twofold. One, because humans, of course, as primates, we have an issue with eye looking. It's an intimacy thing, whereas other animals, it's a territorial thing. But even with humans, it is a little bit. So it's got that twinge to it. But I think it's also, we know that to look something in the eye means that they recognize that there is life in the eye. They recognize that there's communication there. They recognize that there's a higher self in it. Not to say that the eye is like the key. Like some people say it's the window to the soul. I don't quite see that because I don't have to look you in the eye to read you. But I will say that when something is willing to look you in the eye and knows it's your eye and holds its gaze on your eye, there's something to that. There's an acknowledgement. It's like it's saying namaste back to you. It's almost like what it's doing. Especially when
I should try that with a venomous snake.
I don't know if I want to try that. I don't have as much experience with getting bit by them. But maybe if you've got your anti-venom handy, I'll try it.
Absolutely, brother. Come down to Florida, man. I'll hook you up, brother. I actually have I don't know if you'd be interested right now. It's just because I adopt a lot of reptiles and then rehabilitate them in my free time. But just with the way this job's going, and they're actually having me travel to different states for home shows. I'm actually going out to one tomorrow. But I got a red tail. Sorry, it's a Colombian boa. It's fairly decent size. But anybody that's looking for a pet, it's
like I said, put your links here. I mean, I would, but we got 2 snakes already, a dog, a bird, and fish, and we live in a cottage that's 800 square feet, so I don't really have room for more. But
And a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
But I'm not opposed to taking more animals.
He's an older kid. He's actually an adult right now.
My house opposes it. I don't oppose it.
We just don't have the room.
Yeah, trust me, we have a problem when it comes to animals. We collect, but we love life in our house. But spiders, we love them. Run around the house, spiders. Come dangle on me. I don't care.
I'm gonna let you guys get to the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Real quick, you might lose me. My phone is dying.
Okay, if we lose you, we know why.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys get the next call. I know I've been kind of going on different tangents.
Oh, you're fine, man. It was interesting. Thank you for calling in, man. I'll hear from you soon.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon.
All right, so we got a couple super chats. Let's get to those, Des. And then if we have time after those super chats, I don't know, maybe we'll take one more call, but if not, we'll probably call it in about 15, 20 minutes, so we'll see what happens.
So we have 2 super chats. The first one is from Dark Baron K-Rons.
I hope you're still here, Dark Baron. If not, catch it in the reruns. What's up?
I made sure to let them know, hey, I'm going to get to these super chats right between calling guests. So they ask, does the Omega symbol mean anything?
I mean, yeah, but so all right, let me do this the right way. So make sure I got the right one. Yeah, that's the one. So yes, but I am not classically educated enough to give you an answer along those lines. To me, the Omega symbol, it's like when you use the Alpha and the Omega, it's the first and the last, but I would also tell you that the first and the last, there is no beginning and end. The beginning and the end are connected between them, but they're also connected in the empty space beyond them. So if you want to say alpha and omega like A and Z, you know, like A, B, C, D, F, G, and you go all the way through, well, there's also an invisible connection from the A to the Z directly. And it's just like the root and the crown chakra. Yes, there's 2 external chakras according to most traditions. There's actually 114 altogether with 112 in the body. And there's 2 external. But there's also this understanding that your crown and your root are connected. And it could be perhaps better described as your crown is the bottom of your root and the root is the top of your crown. So one could say that the alpha and the omega are the same way. The alpha being like the crown and the omega being the root, or the other way around, whichever way you like. And the one is really the back end of the other. So is that a satisfying answer to someone looking for an answer for their history quiz? No, it's not going to answer that for you. You're going to want to look at Greek stuff to find out, or whatever, you know, wherever you want to go to find that stuff. But the omega is an interesting symbol. And I really hope that was worth what you paid for, because that's the best I can do for you. So hopefully that was a good answer for you. If not, I do humbly apologize. That is not my thing. So hopefully that was a good answer for you.
I'm gonna piggyback off that and take Andy's word with a kosher grain of salt here. But I mean, I've had lots of times when my idea of a certain symbol doesn't line up with what the majority thinks of that symbol, what others would classify it as. I really think that the most important thing is what it means to you. Fuck the significance of everything. Your personal
At least
meaning.
in magic. Yeah, at least in the magical sense, I think that's more important. But I think non-attachment to any of those answers is maybe the best of all. Like, be willing to shift at any time. If you're a traditional classical person and you know what omega means in Greek and all that, that's cool. Now be prepared to switch that belief. Anytime that you see new evidence, you have to be able to. And sometimes that evidence is not rational. Sometimes it's literally just what it feels. So like Flesh is saying, is a very good observation. Definitely, at least in terms of magic, don't go to your history teacher and be like, well, D.H. Thorne said, because then you're going to fail. And I'm going to laugh at you when you fail, because that was dumb of you. You know, you should definitely go by what your history teacher is telling you. But, yeah, so, okay, he's saying he saw it on the way home and he believes in signs. Yes, okay. That is a very interesting, yeah, so then my answer might be even more juicy for you, because it's almost like I did a reading for you. Interesting. Thank you, Dark Baron. That's actually interesting. In fact, if you're not, join our Discord channel. The link should be up there, and let us know how that turns out. See if what I told you has any merit. Let us know. I'd love to hear it, actually. I would really love to hear it. Yeah. Awesome. And Source Adversary says I'm beautiful. I think he's talking about my beard. Thank you, Source Adversary. I appreciate it, brother.
You're beautiful too, brother.
You are, man. We need JD, man. I wonder if the madman from Michigan was channeling JD, because he was doing all the JD stuff. I miss JD right now. I really do. We need that. I love you, man. We need that. Sorry, you're talking. I don't hear you. I just saw your lips moving. What'd you say?
I said, yeah, I was making that observation earlier too. The fucking madman from Michigan is channeling that JD energy.
Yeah. Oh, and General 7 just said Om, and that's actually pretty good, because the Om symbol, I think, isn't that the Omega symbol or something like it? The symbol for homage. And it's
sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, let me see. I'm pretty sure he's right. I don't even know if that's what he meant, but that's where my brain just went. Yeah, so there could be something there too, guys. So that's the nature of symbolism, right? There's always something somewhere that's useful. So
and we also have another question from Colby's Mobile Detailing.
What's up, Mobile Detailing? No,
his thoughts on Lucifer as a guardian angel.
Okay, good question.
Before you even answer, I'm just gonna go and say, go ahead and watch that video with what was that creepy claymation? You know what I'm talking about?
I love the one I sent you. The one with the angel.
I'm
an angel. The Mark Twain thing. Yeah.
Someone, yeah. Fuck
so that Mark Twain video is so bangarang accurate for a lot of shit. Watch that shit and be like, oh, okay.
As a child, it was creepy as
I think it's beautiful. I watched that and I'm like ready
as
to beat off to it
It's
spiritually.
a whole different meaning.
When I watch that, it's like I'm ready to beat off to it in a spiritual context, not physically, because it's just, to me, it's so beautiful and accurate and wonderful, and it's just whoever made that scene, they had to be deep, like eyeballs, tits deep somewhere in this stuff, because they hit something on that. That was gorgeous. That was magnificent. Okay, so part of your question is a dogmatic question. I don't really use guardian angel symbolism. But Lucifer can make an exquisite guiding guardian angel, yes. You have to remember, of all of the spiritual beings that I work with, my experience, and I do say my with emphasis because it might not be yours, but my experience with Lucifer is he is not a doer. He is a guide. He is a light. He is eyeballs, tits deep. I like it too, Jen. He is a guide. He is not a doer. So you don't go to Lucifer and say, Lucifer, I need a new Mercedes. He's going to be like, then get a job, bitch. He's not a doer, okay? He's not in fact, he's kind of opposed to doing for you. He's very much like Crom from I've said this in other streams. He reminds me a little bit of the Sumerian idea of Crom from the Conan stuff, where he does not do for you. He's almost useless in some respects, at least in the pragmatic sense. He's almost useless. You don't go to Lucifer and be like, Lucifer, I need you to kill my enemies. He's gonna be like, so get a sword and fucking kill him. What's wrong with you? Lucifer, on the other hand, guides you to higher enlightenment levels for yourself. Lucifer will challenge you. Lucifer will nurture you. Lucifer will inspire you, but he will not do for you. And whenever I've worked with Lucifer, and he would say I work with him all the time, and I just don't know it, because he's probably the closest thing I have to a patron without having a patron, because I refuse to have one. But if I were to say that if there was one spirit in all spirits that I feel like I just have to think and there it is, it's Lucifer. Sometimes I think as Lucifer and don't realize that's what I'm doing. So in that sense, yes, I think he makes an exquisite guiding being. And when I say he, I want to be very clear. He will manifest in every gender, every persuasion. And it's been a she. I say he because that's just me. Maybe I'm a little bit too misogynist, and I tend to lean towards masculine on certain spirits when it really should be neither. But Lucifer has come through for me as both. I would say that, another good alternative might be like Lilith would be a great alternative if you want a more feminine touch. But Lucifer is a feminine being too. Like, don't ever think that Lucifer is just macho manliness. In fact, most people that I know that have really had a direct vision of Lucifer, whether it be an imaginary one or an astral one or whatever, will come through as either an exquisite male or potentially a female. In fact, I saw Lucifer as a young girl once. So it's possible for it to show up in all different ways. Lucifer, in my understanding and my discovery, was one of the spirits that says, there's a reason we show up to you as the way we do. In other words, there's a reason that every generation and every culture has a different face for us to wear. It's so that you can relate to us better. So you have to be careful too when you're trying to syncretize, is what the word we were looking for before when I was talking to Power is Magic. When we syncretize spirits, we can rob from them some of the nuance that they give us by their new iterations. So when we're working with the Goetia, for example, and we recognize Baal is Baal, Baal is Baal, okay? And it's all of the Baals, essentially, because the medieval Christians didn't know better, or maybe they did and they just didn't care. They syncretized pretty much most of the Mesopotamian Baals as Baal, and that's probably why it appears as a cacophony of different beings merged together in an archetype of a what are those things called from Full Metal? Oh my gosh, I'm getting tired. Homunculi. Yeah, something like that.
There we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, or a chimera or something. Chimera, homunculi, whatever.
Chimera,
I think is the right one. As a chimera of sort, as different animals squished together. I think that's part of the reason, because you'll find that some of the symbols that are included in that might relate somehow to the beings that they were originally. Not always, though, but sometimes I think that's the truth. You know, just like Beleth is actually Belet. That's actually the feminine Baal. It's basically lady. Belet means lady. So Beleth is either Belet Siri or one of the other Belets, or maybe all of them conglomerated together and created, and basically a group egregore turned into a demon, a daemon. Or the other end of that is they are already that, and they've manifested as all these gods. That is also potentially true. So the Christians could maybe have that right, that they may represent a higher egregoric archetype that has been dispersed through these lower archetype ideas. I mean, maybe. I don't fight against that either. That's why I don't mind using the demonic versions of things. But when I really look at what I do, I'm looking at myself as a pagan, a dark pagan, if you will, that uses the demonized faces of pagan gods most of the time. And every once in a while, when I'm feeling really froggy and really adversarial, then I call upon them really as a demon and go that way. And just be like, yeah, let's go to the infernal realms. Fuck the world. Let's do this. And that's when I do it that way. So Lucifer, I've sort of said, you know, you have the Venus connection and the Venus, the Horus, all of that stuff. But I've also seen Lucifer, to me, is better syncretized by going further back to Akkadian and Sumerian lore, to Enki, Ea, and then eventually in the Greek and the Roman to be Poseidon and Neptune. It's actually a little bit more accurate, I think, personally. It doesn't quite, you know, even though we use the rising morning star as the Venus symbolism, I feel like in antiquity, the more accurate would have been Enki, certainly in how he acts. And that also means, so again, it really depends on what you believe. Do you believe that these spirits, that it was originally Enki and then he became this? Or do you think that these beings are an archetypal consciousness that different cultures have interpreted their own way and that their interpretations have changed? I'm leaving that up to you. I just want to open your mind to that possibility and for you to approach them on your own and find out who they are for you. Because, you know, when I look at other cultures and how they treat spirits, I look at like the Hindus and stuff. They don't have a doctrine of one spirit that everybody believes exactly. They have a big smattering. It's more like a big smear of what everyone agrees represents that spiritual idea. And then there's different sects and people who believe in it different ways, and they all get results in what they do. So who am I to tell them to stop doing it that way? You know, I hate dogmatism. I hate when people say it's only this way. Whenever somebody comes to me like that, you can, if you guys know to read my energy, if you know how to do it, you'll see me like someone will come on the show. Well, Lucifer's this, and I know this, and they're all like theistic and shit. And you can feel me just go, you know, give me a minute, because I don't want to have to argue about that. And
if feel the eye roll,
or the oof, you know, oof size large. So when you're going to use Lucifer as your guardian angel, okay, if you want to use it within the spectrum of a guardian angel, that might not be the best, because in that dogmatic view of guardian angels, that kind of goes against the tradition of guardian angels, because he would be kind of the opposite in their tradition. But if you're looking to make your own tradition, by all means, go for that shit. Make that your guardian angel. Make that your guiding light, and call upon that spirit to guide you, not protect you, not do for you, but to make you in his image, or better yet, to make yourself in his image and just use him as a light. Because the reason why Lucifer approached me in the mirror the one time and said that I am a chosen of Lucifer was not because I'm special in the sense that, oh, you're the only one, you're my chosen. No, it is that you are the most like me. Not the most, but you are most like me is the better word. Not the most, because that implies I'm the only one. By no stretch am I the only one. There are other chosens of Lucifer. There's billions of them probably, but it's an idealistic title. It's like saying, it's like calling yourself a Luciferian even. It's a little bit like that. But some people become Luciferian and have to be taught. Other people, it just effervesces and bubbles up from who they are. That's what they are. Like maybe at a very young age they learned it, but they don't need to be taught what it means to be independent in thought and in spirit. Those people are chosen of Lucifer, and they're maybe on the rare side, but they're out there. There's a lot of them. So I hope I think that was a better answer than the Omega question, don't you think? I think that was a better answer to that than it was the Omega answer. Don't you guys think, Thorne and wife?
Yep.
Thorne wife and
I
Flesh
think
Priest?
that was Oh, I thought I was wife. I thought, yeah,
Flesh wife
that was
and,
a lot
and
more
thorn
in depth.
wife.
I could say that.
Well, I know you
And-
got your hopes up that the thorn will stick in your flesh, but I'll just have to.
And Shaman says, "Good evening, brothers and sisters. Thank you. I got my stickers in the mail and got them stuck all over."
Oh shit, yeah. Shaman, is that Shaman Sorcerer? Did you shorten your name again, brother? If it's you, I sent you an email. So hope you got it, and let's talk maybe this Sunday if you got time. Hopefully that's who it is. Yes.
Before we continue, I'm actually going to say goodnight because I probably have about 2% battery left on my phone.
I think we're right at that point anyway. Do we have anybody else lined up that might be short, or do you think we should cut it here? We'll make you the bad guy. We're gonna cut it here.
We've got 2 more callers. I think we can fit at least one more on.
All
I
right.
think.
So, wifey, I love you. Thank you so much, everybody. Once again, go to that Etsy channel. I think she might have already bounced. I don't know if she's still there, but I see her move. Oh yeah, you're still there.
I'm still here.
Call me.
For now.
Elric wants Flesh Priest to call me Daddy Thorne, pervert.
Daddy Thorne.
Did you call me Fatty Thorne? What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, if the metaphysical shoe fits, then lace it up, bitch.
If we're going from the non-dualistic perspective, even if I ever become skinny, I'm still fat. So we're just gonna leave it there.
From the metaphysical standpoint, even if I call you daddy, I'm still daddy in another sense. So
talk about incest. Holy shit! No wonder the spirit realm's always fucking each other, and the fathers are fucking the daughters and painting the sky with the fucking jizz and making stars.
Pornhub is transcended. It's on that metaphysical shit.
We are all fucking ourselves at all times. So if you guys want, if you guys remember, please don't forget, favorite that Etsy store if you like Etsy. Go there frequently and check out. We're going to be putting up more stuff. I'll probably get the beautiful wife on again when we got more stuff that's like in a quantity worth making an announcement for. Yeah, so give it like a couple weeks. I don't know. What do you think, honey? 2 weeks we'll probably have more stuff up. Is that a fair number of weeks to guess?
Probably a couple weeks. Yeah, I'm hoping to get some more somewhat put together. Just it takes time to do.
Definitely before Thanksgiving, though, for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because after that, I'm not going to have any time.
Let's aim for like another between 4 and 8 mirrors and some other stuff, and we'll get them up by by Thanksgiving. You're like, yeah.
No, actually, I have enough for about 5 mirrors right now.
Oh, okay, so we can get those done, and I can cut them for you if you want. You can do the rest. I mean, it's not hard for me. So I know the cutting part was the hard part for you. So. But,
it's the angles.
Yeah. Well, that is that whole Nyarlathotep thing. The angles in between. That's the stuff. But no, I don't mind.
Those angles were in between, all right.
Anyway, honey, I love you, and I think everybody else here loves you. Let's all say goodnight to the beautiful T. Camilla Thorne.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Camilla.
Don't forget to go to her channel.
Awesome having you on.
Even if just to see a couple of recipes. She doesn't use it very much. No pressure on her. She hates when there's pressure. But she does have a few funny videos up. We did some cooking videos, which
I consider my channel the junk drawer of YouTube. You don't know what you're going to find. Sometimes you might find something valuable. Other times it's what the hell is this? You never know what you'll find.
All right, guys.
Have a good night.
All right. Good night, Camilla.
We'll see you again tomorrow when we play video games with Flesh Priest.
And DH, that was in fact Shaman Sorcery. Said, yes,
awesome.
I changed my name. Somebody already has that name. Thank you for that super chat, brother.
Yeah, we should curse that other person just because. All right, brother. So yeah, thank you, Shaman. Thank you again so much. Just I emailed you tonight before I came on to tell you I got time this Sunday. So if you want to do a consult that night, let me know and we can do it. If not, we'll find another night next week. So next week's looking pretty open for me, so we should be able to do it another day. So let's figure one more person. Let's put a 10-minute timer, and then we'll do our buy our crap segment, and then we'll close it out.
Shit. Okay. Well, this person, we do know her from the Discord, but we have never actually spoken to her on here before.
Lamia, what is that? Who it is? No. Who is it?
You ruined the introduction. Summoning.
Sorry, I like doing fucking psychic shit occasionally and just spooking people out that I can do.
Okay, well, you were fucking right.
Of course I'm right.
The intros are supposed to be my thing.
Well, it's more fun when I fucking go poof and here they show up. Well, that's all right, fine. Summon.
Summoning.
Come forth, meet a night storm.
Is that how we're supposed to say it, Lamia? I said it wrong.
I probably just got all stupid
We
with
all said it
tongue.
wrong. Don't I mean,
Welcome.
Hey!
Hi.
Hi, how's it going? I hear nothing.
Happy to
Is that
have
me? Oh, there we go.
Happy to have a voice with the username.
Does that mean I'm easy if you summon me so quickly?
It seemed to just happen. It was just I just knew like instantly like who it was. I don't know how I knew. You must have been saying Thorne, it's me. That's probably what it was. You were probably sending me a big strong signal. That's probably what it was. Oh yeah, my beautiful wife is telling me that we have a shadow like a go. Actually, your picture is kind of cute right there. I like that. The picture of my wife there. Let me turn her off so that.
And hey, if it makes you feel any better, if you're an easy summon, then I'm like ultra fucking easy summon because he just has to like snap his fingers and I'm in the call.
Show up,
so.
motherfucker.
Sounds like he has you on a leash then.
Only in his dreams.
Get a bottle.
I want to make a comment, but there's already enough fucking isolated clips tonight.
Well, if only JD was here, pretty much the whole thing would be an isolated clip. Oh, we miss you, JD. By the way, for people still asking, JD, I did finally talk to him. I think he's going through it right now, but he's okay, and he could use your love and support, but he's just taking some time off from life in the public view to take care of some things he's got to do, but I'm sure he'll be back soon. I don't think there's anything wrong. I think he's fine, but every once in a while you need to back out of fucking bullshit. Every once in a while. You really do. And I don't blame it. I don't blame him at all. Honestly, if I didn't have to do this for a living, there'd be weeks where I wouldn't show up. I probably wouldn't, you know. But I do love doing this, so it's like every Thursday comes around, I'm like, I don't know, do I want to do a live stream? Of course I want to do a live stream. This is fun.
I think everyone needs a sanity break, or they just like they become ineffective.
Yeah. They do. No, you're right. It's I've talked about like how you definitely need to ground out once in a while. Like you definitely need to. Magic doesn't exist, ha ha. Like for like a week and just like
right.
you know what I mean. Like just do some gardening or something. And like magic is bullshit. Like I don't mean it like that harsh, but you gotta like take the hat off a little while. Take the wizard hat off. Because I think you do burn out your psychic senses and you do get bored of it and you do get your fill of that stuff and then you need reasons to do that. Like I don't have a lot of reasons to cast spells much lately. Like it's literally just like I could, but I could just write an email, you know.
I don't do a lot of spell work. Like I really don't. I mean, sometimes if it's absolutely necessary, but I mostly work with spirits, so it's much easier to just have a conversation. Say, hey, could you go do that? And then instead of like setting everything up.
Yeah, and the question would be from some people: are you just talking to another part of your subconscious or not? That would be, you know, like that's what some would say, and some are more theistic oriented. It's a lot of. It's a deep subject. Like, there's no end to how deep you can take this conversation. That's why I like it.
Yeah. No, I just kind of wanted to call in and say hi to you guys, since I never actually have spoke to anyone, and say thank you to everyone I've met in the community. That's like super cool and like welcoming. And yeah, it's been really interesting. I'm still trying to figure out who everyone is, but well,
you're sort of hosting that.
Enjoying your live streams.
You're hosting that Dark Arts, or you're part of that hosting process of the Dark Arts Summit with EA and everybody. Is that what's?
I pretty much am the only organizer, and then Tovar's our production person. So once it goes live, he's in charge of making the buttons work because like I can barely function a cell phone. Gotcha. That's not my thing. So.
Why don't you tell the people at home a little bit about that thing coming up? Because I like to support everything, you know, EA does, and like we're friends and everything, and he's involved with it, and some of the people that we know together. So tell me a little bit about what you guys are doing and what you're planning, and is there still seats open? Like, how does this work? Like,
for sure. Tickets are on sale. There's only links on Discord or Instagram. I'm really, really trying to protect the people that are involved from like, you know, with the political climate and everything. I don't want a bunch of people like trying to infiltrate it and like harass people. So it's a toss-up trying to keep it on the DL and still promote it. You know what I mean?
So far, I haven't had any of that. Like, honestly, I mean, for one thing, I think, I mean, I hope I'm not, you know, dividing people too much if I say this, but I think most people, especially if they're on the Luciferian spectrum, are either free thinking enough that they're okay to hear alternative ideas about these things, or they're not triggered by stuff. That's kind of the same thing. Or they're probably in like a libertarianish spectrum where they're like, I just want to be free, and like they err on the side of that, and so I don't see a lot of it. And I will say, if I go into, like, Jen can back me up on this if she comes on, because we had this conversation last week, where in the Luciferian spectrum, I think you get a little bit more open-mindedness. Whereas if you go into like the witchy circles, you tend to get a lot of love and light stuff, and that tends towards a certain spectrum, and they get more activistic about shit. Whereas a lot of the main activism on the left-hand path is like against pedophilia. That's like the only activistic stuff you see a lot of, or speaking out in favor of free speech and things like that. I mean, it's generally freedom oriented, and so that's I know what you're saying though. I was afraid of that at first too, because I have a lot of strong political opinions, very much so, and I've always been one. I want to talk about it, but do I want it to pollute everything I do, especially when it's supposed to be an open forum? No. So I feel you on that. I totally feel you on that. I wouldn't worry too much.
I hate politics. I'm really not into politics, but
Amen.
Like, one of my main, like, I guess things is like, I really am community minded. I want to build a community, and to me, part of that, I guess, like my mother bear instincts kick in, and I want to protect everyone that's like part of my little groups, you know. But I'm also into like networking and connecting with people that are like-minded, and connecting groups that are not necessarily connected now. Like, like, get everyone involved because we can all have fun together,
And we have to, because we're like a really small piece of the niche, you know what I mean? Like left hand is particular.
Yeah, well, see, I didn't know anyone in the community. Somehow I got the idea, let's have a dark arts summit. I don't know where that came from, by the way. So the only people I really knew is I was on the Bog forum. So I just threw out a post saying, hey, does anyone want to present this thing I'm putting together? And Lady Eva, the moderator, said, here, email Timothy. And then, so I sent him an email about it. And suddenly, like, Barbie contacts me and says, hey, JS and I are in. And then I get like an email from EA saying, wow, this is great. I really want to support this. So I go, shit. So I like call up Tovar. I'm like, dude, we may want to consider canceling those little animated bats that you're making that are going to fly across the screen. I think this is going to turn into something different. So that's kind of how it started, honestly. But I mean, like, if enough people like it and want it, like, I'd love to have more. Like, I'd love to have you on it, but I know you have your big Shadowgate thing going on, which I totally understand. That takes a lot of time and energy.
Actually, no. I was going to say, like, I mean, I don't know if I was ever meant to be invited or anything. I mean, EA had talked about stuff like next year that we were going to do something maybe together as a pair or something. I don't know. But that's
I had my bands canceled, dude. If you want to do a ritual or a presentation, I have a spot.
Sure, I'll consider it. I got a week or two to think about it. I mean, the Shadowgate thing is something I can literally do in a span of like less than an hour. So it's not even something that is, because it's all, the hard stuff is done already. It's literally, I go there and I basically cast open the gate that's already been laid. So it's been charging for the last weeks, and it's going to keep charging. So when I go there, it's basically thump, boom, and it opens up. So it takes about like an hour. A little bit of candle work. It's not that big a deal, and it's not televised, so it's not even a big deal. But if I did something, it would be on Halloween night, or All Hallows Eve, Samhain, whatever. So it's going to be, like we were going to potentially have something on my server just to hang out, but it didn't have to happen. That was just kind of kicking around ideas. So I am interested. I will keep bugging me about it, because my brain gets like retarded and I forget what I say I'm going to think about doing. So in case I forget, feel free to bug me again. Like when you're like, if you got to choose between me and somebody else, just remind me and I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna, or I'm gonna.
I don't really have anyone else lined up unless I do another workshop, which I really don't have time to put together. But really, it could be a panel discussion. It could be a 45-minute presentation. It could be a ritual. You could pre-record it, or you could do it live. Like, there's lots of options.
What are you doing? Hosting it all on that Discord channel, right? Is that where you're doing it all, or is it?
No, it's going to actually be on Zoom.
Oh,
it's going to be a Zoom webinar.
Okay, that's a cool idea, actually. Yeah. Put the links to everything, whatever you got. If Yepson hasn't already, I think I see.
I just posted the Eventbrite and Discord links.
Cool. Okay. So make
Okay.
sure that's out there because I want to support that.
Fucking
And make
on
sure
it.
that you guys get at least some attendance out of it because I want to tell you a deep dark secret of mine, a deep passionate secret that I have, and it's not really a secret. In keeping with that whole commune thing, I've wanted to set up. You see these psychic fairs everywhere. I've wanted to do a black magic gathering. I've wanted to do this.
Me too.
for,
Yeah.
And like I was thinking about doing it in many different places. That when I did a poll on it, everybody said like Philly or New York City is where they wanted to do it. And so, one of these days, I don't know when, but soon, probably once the COVID hysteria is finally ended, probably maybe even next year, as soon as, especially if I'm hanging out with EA and everybody like I still am and everything, it could happen. It could be a thing where I don't know much about organizing that stuff though, so I'll have to make some inroads with people who do.
DH, look, like all I have done for the last like 15 years is do community organizing. I started 2 nonprofit groups from the ground up and organize them. Like event organization, I can do in my sleep. Like I said, I put this whole thing more or less together myself. Like the back end stuff is all my stuff. So I would be happy to get on your team and help put that together.
In fact,
that was actually the game plan, is like to do it live, but I could do much better live because I know how to do live events. But fucking this technology thing and trying to do it on the web is a nightmare, but I'm trying to figure it out,
Even if it was just an event where like 50 people showed up at a little, cash bar that you rent out for the night, and we just have a panel and hang out, and then we go to town that night and like just go crazy like that weekend. Just a little convention.
We need a conference. We need a hotel or a campground, one of the two.
Mm-hmm. I like both. I like both for different reasons. I'd probably want to stay in a hotel just because I'm a little weird like that. When I go camping, I go deep woods camping where it's like I don't care if I smell. So I don't I don't want to be doing presentations where I'm camping out in a tent because I don't sleep good.
If we do Philly, Jennifer, she posted on here. She also does event organization, and her and I get along pretty well. So like, her and I could probably run this whole damn thing for you.
Yeah, I think. Let's tentatively say sometime after COVID, sometime, and I would probably aim for. It would probably have to be after spring, especially if my wife's working at her job like willy-nilly like she does in the spring, especially still working there. But maybe sometime like summer to this time of year next year would be perfect, or even over the winter if the hysteria dies down soon enough. Like if it dies down before Christmas and everyone's like, we don't care anymore because everyone's given up on it because the politics have changed, then, which I don't see happening, by the way. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think this is going to be around a long time, guys.
I think it will, but I
really do.
I think I think the hysteria will end in some ways, but I think you're right. It's going to be going on for a long time. So I think, but yeah, maybe as soon as next summer, it might be reasonable to like I said, set our sights high, but expect it, because the first one is never that big, right? What can we expect?
Right.
50 people, 100 people tops. That's a lot.
I mean, right. I would be happy if we had that many people for sure. Like, but I mean, we have some kick-ass fucking presenters. Like, I don't know if you guys are in with like Morpheus Darkson. He's kind of like he's not that well known, but dude, this guy is fucking amazing. He's been blowing my mind with the shit he's been doing. And like, JS, Barbie, EA, Zerafina, like I'm doing presentations. My friend Jay Blackthorne's doing them. But it's all just fucking intense rituals, intense like hands-on workshops that teach you how to do it. Mm-hmm. Not just tell you about it, but teaching you shit. And it's going to be wild. Like, but the thing that is not really like publicized or people don't really know about it, underneath this, we're going to have a convention thing, we're running a very serious thread of like serious magical intent.
Sure. Yeah.
So like JS is going to open it with like the master key on Friday, and then we'll have all these crazy rituals. EA is doing it at like, I think he's starting at 11, so we'll end at midnight on Halloween, and that like is going to like time with the work you're doing with the Shadowgate, which wasn't totally by chance, by the way, just so you know. Even though you and I didn't coordinate on it, I was like, But and then like at the end on Sunday, I'm doing an ancestor ritual to close it out, because to me, like, that's very, very important. I always work with the ancestors around Samhain.
Oh,
A lot of
especially
the work
that's
I
like
do is
that's like a perfect day for it. Absolutely, most
right,
traditions would say the same. Yeah, exactly.
right. So it's this energy wave that we're going to carry through the whole damn thing that is going to bring about hopefully change too. You know, along with the work like you're doing and other people are doing that we're not necessarily coordinating them all together, but I think combined that is going
I
to do.
think a lot of us are being called to do similar, though not necessarily the same, but similar work. I
Yeah,
think because of everything going on in the world, if for no other reason, we're all being inspired by that. But I think it's been a calling that's been going on for a while. It's something I've talked to EA a bunch about the prophecies when I was a kid and how they seemed absurd. And as I got older, I put them down. But now I see that they're all pretty much, in a manner of speaking, happening. It's all happening exactly as I predicted, just not literally how I predicted. You know, it's not like there's gates opening up and spirits are coming out, but
for sure.
it's different. It's totally different. So
Just a few minutes ago, you guys were talking about shadows. Something ran in my door and across my room. I mean, it was definitely a shadow. It wasn't anything. I was like, oh, hey.
best response is just give them, oh, hey, don't try not to get scared because that makes it worse. Yeah.
No, it wasn't scary. They don't threaten me at all. They'll make their appearance now and then. I work in a cave, like in my real life when there's no COVID. I'm a tour guide in a cave. And
like
down
caves.
there, you see some trippy ass shit, man. There's all kinds
I knew
of
I'd like you.
that live underground. Like, you'll be walking and suddenly there'll be like things crawling across the ceiling or all the way. And I'm just sitting there trying to give a tour and like, not point out to everybody there's, all this shit around us and like, it doesn't freak me out, but I'm just like, I wonder if they're gonna see that and like spaz in a minute,
Yeah,
It's funny, but
it's
yeah.
like I would say caves, especially like what is it? Joseph Campbell, he used to talk about caves and their significance to the human psyche, for better or worse. But it's very much like when you're going into the earth, you're going into the womb again. It's a very interesting energy inside caves. And the few caves I've been in, I've always been like, wow, I'm just like enthralled the whole time I'm inside a cave.
It's so powerful. I miss it so much. This summer has been a bitch being away from it, but
well, I mean, like I said, it can't go on forever, but it will be kind of like a thorn in your side. The crisis will be averted, but you're going to have a lot of people lingering that shit for a long time because it serves them politically to do so. Even if it's not bad, or even if it is bad, then no matter what, it's like, you're right, it's going to be lingering for a while. And it's not a nothing, but it's not a burger either. It's like, it's definitely been politicized to shit, so that any real concern I had for it originally has been washed. And then at the same time, I don't want people to die needlessly over it. So it's like, can we just learn to agree on some of this a little bit and then have our freedom too? Can we do both? Like, we should be able to have both. We should be able to have both, but whatever. I'm in New York, where they like to, at the snap of a finger, lock you down over nothing. So
yeah. One thing I did want to tell you, I know you guys want to get off here, which is totally cool with me. That's fine. But DH, what I really appreciate about the way you approach things, you're very like cerebral and analytical, and I function very much the same way. And I've like studied a lot of different systems and things. I don't read a lot of books. I come to my own gnosis, but I just want to say that like I appreciate that approach. And like, I don't always agree with everything you say, but that's fine. Your gnosis might be different than mine. But yeah, it's a cool approach, and I think we need that. And I really like that you just put a different perspective on things for people and make them think. Like, you force them to think, which is pretty damn awesome in my book. So.
I appreciate that. Thanks. I think one of the reasons why I like doing that is because one of the worst feelings in the world is to walk into a ritual chamber and believe in your heart what you're doing is real, and then have to face the criticism of skeptics who are right as well. And when I say they're right, when they make their observations and say you don't have a rational explanation for what's happening that satisfies science, and I say, yeah, they're right. So what's really happening? And it challenges me. It challenges me to be sincere in my experiences and say, am I really, remember, like I said, I came from a position of doing magic a lot to doing it not at all, because I decided it couldn't be real because of reasons, and those reasons are complicated. I've talked about them a bunch. I don't want to talk about it again right now. Maybe another video I will. But I had to put it down, and I became such a hard rational skeptic that getting back into magic required, as part of it, that I be able to not rationalize it like in a dishonest way, like when we rationalize something that's bullshit about us, right? I want to rationalize it in a way that a thinking person, like you said, a cerebral person, can say, you know what, I don't agree with everything, but just like you said, but it's making me think, and I see why it could be this way. I see why, if nothing else, it improves what you're doing so that when it's done, you don't have to be a theist. You don't have to just be a faith-based practitioner, which I think is, when I say disgusting, don't be insulted if you're a theist, anybody listening. But I think it's a disgusting way to be because it's not a deep way to be. It is, if people, when they eject from Christianity, which, let's be honest, I'm going to say, 9/10 of the people listening to me ejected from Christianity, probably.
Yeah.
Most people eject from Christianity, and they do so with anger because, again, let's face it, I actually had good Christian experiences when I was growing up. I didn't have even though I was Baptist, the Baptists I was with were like the really loving kind. They were not assholes to me. Nobody raped me. There was no crazy shit. It was literally just like, God is love. And it was that Ned Flanders-y kind of Christianity, right? So there was really no negativity in it. And it wasn't toxic. So when I ejected from it, it was for intellectual and for other reasons. So my ejection wasn't rebellious. It was actually like I was tearing away. Like, I don't know, I still like this part. And there's times I still want to watch the Ten Commandments and feel happy about it, right? So I don't have like that angst against Christianity that others do. But I notice a lot of people when they eject from that Christian current, they eject from it, but then all they do is they invert Christianity and make it about demons instead.
Yeah.
And that's a hot mess. That's a really hot mess. I don't think that makes sense. They still go right to a submissive place again, and it's fine. Some people get really offended when because I'll say, like, I don't do the whole Satan is my father bullshit. I don't think any spirit's my father. I don't do anything. Well, he's my father. And like, all right, relax, just chill. I mean, if you want him to be, go for it. But I don't see it that way. And what I
work with spirits from like all over the world from different time periods, and like for me, it's like I face them not necessarily as equals because yes, I realize they're deities, but at the same time, like, they don't want you to bow and like quiver at their feet. They want you to stand up and work with them. I mean, why would they want sheep when they could have warriors beside them?
Sure.
And
EA said that.
That's my experience with them anyway.
I in rewatching some EA stuff, because I didn't watch that much of his stuff before we became friends. I watched some, of course. I mean, who doesn't? If you know anything about it, you're going to run into him. But I rewatched a video of his, and I don't remember which one it was, but he had said they don't want weaklings, they want allies. And I'm like, oh shit, that's exactly what I said.
True.
So yeah. It's that's one of the reasons why, like, I trust him a lot. Like, a lot of people, I hate even saying that there's people that don't like him, because to me that's bullshit. If you get to know the guy, sweetheart, he's one of the nicest guys. I mean, not to say that he's not menacing when he wants
I'll
to
second that.
Yeah, he's a freaking
I've not
sweetheart.
met him yet in person, but I can tell you every single correspondence he sent to me has been like super nice, super upbeat, and like beyond supportive.
Yes.
And like he doesn't even know me from Adam. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that I think is really, really cool.
Yeah, he's always good with that. I mean, even if that's part of like a thing he does, he maintains it. Like, he doesn't let it down. Like, I've known him for a little while now, and it's never that. If that is a facade, it's never come down. He genuinely tries to be nice to people, and I really appreciate.
We've
that.
hung out with him while he's had a few drinks and everything. If he's practicing a facade, it's really fucking
it's
good.
Really
That's
good.
not a facade.
Exactly. So I love the guy, and like he talks about me occasionally, and I can't say better things. It's like he's like one of my best friends, like Flesh Priest. He's way up there. I can't wait to meet him in person. Someday it'll happen, and we're gonna hang out and have a good time.
When we have that gathering or convention, we can all hang out together and have beers at the after party.
Fuck yeah! I probably won't drink that much, but I will definitely show up.
You know what? Speaking of which, Lamia, Shaman actually wants to know.
Oh shit! Yeah, I saw a couple of supers go by.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to most of those after Lamia's off. We'll take
an extra 10, yeah.
Yeah, but Shaman wants to know. Oh fuck, I didn't jot it down.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna say this while you're looking. Lamia,
how can you give?
Next week,
how can he give donations?
Oh, that's a good question. Before you answer that, Lamia, what do you prefer, Lamia? How do you like to have it said?
I usually say it Lamia, but I really don't give a crap.
Lamia.
Whatever you want to call it.
Lamia. If I may say, next week, maybe call in early, like maybe try to be number one, and we'll have you on for a good segment, because it's going to be that weekend. So let's if you're able, obviously.
Fuck yeah.
and we'll have you in for a good segment.
I will try. That's the night before we go live,
Okay.
and I know our tech team's going to be here setting up equipment, but I will definitely try to.
If you can. If you can't,
maybe
that's
you can
cool.
meet the rest of the team too, right before we go
that'd
on.
be fun. Like a little pregame for you guys to like test your equipment and shit. That'd be a good idea, maybe for
that
you.
could be fun. Yeah.
So let's tentatively plan. The offer's open. You tell me when you can.
Cool. Thank you. I have Flesh Priest in a few places, or you can reach out to me. You have my. You know how to get a hold of me too.
Yeah, Flesh is quickly becoming like my publicist, which is exactly what I need because I did that for a while and I burnt out on it. I'm really tired of talking to the general public. I do like a little gatekeeper in the way to be like, hey, this person's not a total psychopath. Okay, I'll talk to him. You know, I need that person soon. It's getting, because when you get like 100 messages sometimes in a week, it's like, I can't. You know, so yeah, no, I would be honored. I think it would be a cool show. And I'd like to hear about your practices too, because we don't have a lot of time right now. Otherwise, I'd like to really, and maybe I'll shut up.
I'll tell you the one thing is, you're the only other person I've met that has similar views on like time and shifting that I have. So we definitely should chat about that sometime.
Well, then you have the same. Then you have the same ideas as what I understand a lot of the Ascended Masters have. So you were cool. We're in a good spot. We're doing it right.
Good deal. Well, guys, I'm going to let you go just because I know you have some questions, and we can chat. I'll definitely schedule you in for next week, and I'll just make time for it. So
if I can, I'll be on for that thing for the weekend. And go ahead, Flesh. What's up?
Really quick before you go, I don't think it was answered.
The question. Right.
How Shaman wants to know, how can he donate to the Dark Arts Summit?
Buy a ticket, I guess.
Yeah, I
don't know if that means in addition to a ticket. Or,
he's an exceptionally generous guy. Okay, like Shaman
really is.
He's around.
Honestly, I haven't set up donations or anything like that. Like I'm not very social media savvy. Like honestly, just to figure out how to set up Discord took me like forever, and then Instagram I still haven't figured out. I'm hoping one of my volunteers takes it over, and so I mean, I can try to figure out how to set up a donation link, but I'm not even quite sure where to start with it.
Do you have a PayPal? Because that's really all you need. If you have a PayPal, he can just send you direct. But I think buying a ticket, it just sounds like the most noble way to do it, because then you get something for it, you know, and that makes your numbers look good too, because you're like, hey, this is part of that. So, I mean...
yeah, there's 2 tickets. There's like our regular ticket. It's $66.60. And then there's a VIP ticket for $166.60. With the VIP ticket, like I'm making these charms that's going to have stuff that's charged at every single ritual in them. You'll get one of those. Probably like a book or music CD. I don't know what else we're going to throw in. Sure. But it'll be some cool stuff from cool people. So mostly that $100 extra is simply going to be to buy stuff from the presenters, because everybody involved in this project is doing it on a volunteer basis right now. Like if we make enough money, I would love to give people money, but like everyone, EA, JS, Barbie, everyone are donating their time right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if a lot of people know that, but like this project started literally with a 0 budget. I have 0 in my bank account right now.
Yeah, so I mean, that's kind of like nice, because I mean, I'm not even that generous most of the time, so that's pretty cool that they're doing that. I would do it too. I would do it too. Don't get me wrong, I'm being teasing.
And to back up what you said about Shaman being a generous individual, he just super chatted to let us know.
Just to tell us.
He already got the VIP ticket, and it sounds like he wants to donate in addition to that.
You know,
and there's like 2 or 3 other people who already said, I'm going, got my ticket.
Yeah,
Sweet guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are going to try to make it off the hook cool for you. If you guys see some of these rituals that I've already seen that they pre-recorded, oh my God, they are amazing. Like,
yeah, chat me up in private, and maybe if we have to, we can set up a Skype call just to talk about it, you and me, to see what, you know, if I feel like I'm going to do it, because it does intrigue me. I think I wouldn't mind having my name thrown in the hat with that. So hit me up in private another night or tonight. I'll get back to you when I can. And
we just added Elric. He got in kind of, my bands can't, well, I kind of fired my bands because they started getting odd with me, but Elric said he would do a couple of things to fill in the spot. So definitely, I have 1 or 2 spots for you. You can do some stuff.
Yeah, just let me know what kind of stuff. You know, like what is it because I don't know what everyone's got planned, and I don't want to be like, oh, I'm the other guy talking about the same thing. So I have
right. Everyone's supposed to do, like, right now everyone's doing like different topics. So
Yeah, just
Yeah,
give me a
whatever.
shout out on what they're doing, and I'll see if there's something that really speaks to me that I can do that they're not,
Yeah, I'll
and be
send you the tentative schedule. It might change a little
that's
bit,
fine. Yep.
especially if you want to get involved. It's not set in stone. So, I mean, like EA's time slots are locked in only because you know how insane his schedule is. But other than and I think Morpheus is locked in because he's in India.
Okay.
So, other than them though, everything else I can move around. So,
Okay. Yeah, I'm just making a note. Okay. So yeah, like so we'll talk. I don't know. Hit me up on Discord again. Like, you just
Will
private
do.
message me, and when we can, we'll try to find a time we can talk, like an evening or something. We'll have a half hour or something, just discuss what's going on. So if
Sounds
it
good.
sounds awesome, and I hope it works out for you, even if I'm not there. But
Yeah.
I do hope it works out, because if it works out, then I know who I'm going to come to talk to about setting up a real life one. So
Right.
we'll
And Jennifer's
yeah.
my merchant queen. All the merchants we have, Jennifer fucking went out and got them. So she's been helping out massively as well.
That's the other thing I was going to say. Any kind of convention, you need your merchant tables, otherwise they never start and happen. That's how that's like a big
Right?
piece of it. Because it's actually, I see it as much as it's for the panels, it's for those people too. Like, I love, I mean, I get, maybe I'm wrong. I know, like, people who set these things up, it's to make their own profits, but I feel like, because I knew people who went to those things, and they counted on you guys setting them up to make their Christmas money or whatever. That was like a big chunk of their living, was going to these kind of conventions. So there's a demand for it. There's a lot of makers in the left-hand path. There's a lot of makers. So
The other cool thing we're trying to build we're trying to make it as much like a real life convention as we can with COVID going on. So, like, in between presentations, we're going to, like, after the presentation ends, we're going to give folks 5 or 10 minutes to just open the Zoom room for them to engage, like all the attendees, to talk about, and then there'll be different times that it'll just be open for them to hang out. That way, like, they can talk about the presentations and debate with each other,
sure.
So we have some of that kind of stuff built into it too.
Sounds
so.
exciting. I'm definitely, maybe count me in. Yeah, definitely. I
Cool.
mean, I'm
Definitely
leaning
maybe.
into it, is what I'm saying. It sounds good for me.
Okay.
So
Well, we'll talk and we'll see if it works with your schedule and stuff. And also the Shadowgate stuff. I'd like to get involved with that. Like, I know you said, like, you might have round 2, 3, 4, something like that. Like,
sure.
that's something I'm interested in.
You can if you're on Facebook, hit me up with a PM and just remind me who you are, because I'm dumb. Because I don't
You
use it that
already
much.
added me to your group.
Did I? Oh, I did.
Yeah.
So just hang out and watch how that's going, and then when we process the results of this one, you can of course take part in the sticker part right now. But I don't know if they'll come to you in time, because it takes them, because freaking not Etsy, Teespring sucks. But you could also alternatively just carve the sigils into objects, or draw them with chalk or whatever, markers, whatever. You could do it that way, especially if you know anything about magic, which it sounds like you have plenty of experience in that. So it should be pretty easy for you to set that up. You just have
My problem is I'm in a brand new area and I'm limited with transportation till my car gets fixed in
even
here.
if you just get some spot and just walk around and just put them where you think people will see them. They can even be in your neighborhood. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The objective is to get people to see them, preferably a lot of them. But the problem with that, if you go to the mall and start carving into the wood, they're going to arrest your ass. So, you don't necessarily want to do that kind of level of stuff. Sometimes it's better.
I have chalk and I know where Walmart is.
That's exactly. You could do that, or permanent marker on the right stone sticks a long ass time too. So,
right.
yeah. So I appreciate that. Just put a blurb in there too, and we'll get you connected to one of us. I'm sure somebody needs one. If not, I'll take you. I could use another person. So the document there is how to do the basic version of everything. So
I think I read through all of it.
okay.
So.
Hopefully
I'll read it again.
Hopefully it made sense. It wasn't my greatest work, but it was functional.
It's very good step-by-step directions, though. I mean, I think anyone could pretty much follow them. So that's good. That's like nice, clear writing. To me, clarity is a lot more important than using a lot of big, fancy words.
And I want people to, especially if so the Shadow Current, you start specific and then you do it your own way once you've initiated and you're comfortable. You start specific because I've kind of made arrangements with those beings so that you kind of can safely. But once you're in there, you do, like, I got a guy who's probably, I think he was in here earlier, he's doing it his own way now. And I'm like, go for it. It's just that in the book I describe it, you got to do it a certain way to start, just to get your feet wet the right way. There's a reason for it. But anyway, yeah, check it out and post in there. We'll see if we can connect you to somebody. And if not, like I said, I'll take your energy for that. That would be really great, and it'll charge my gate a little bit more, and we'll see if it affects you. The thing we're trying to test and see is how much does it affect the area in which the sigils are connected as well. Is it just for the area around the gate, or do the spirits, do the shadows jump, in the temporal sense to other places as well? So,
well, I live on the grounds of a Civil War battlefield. It was the fourth bloodiest of the Civil War, so there might be a lot of shadows around here jumping. Actually, there are a lot of shadows around here jumping.
It'd be an excellent place to place a gate next time we do a gate. And honestly, there's nothing stopping you from doing your own gate anytime you want. It's just to do it as part of the thing we're doing. That's why we're aligning it. So we're all kind of doing the same thing, and we're all denting the astral realm at the same time, the same way, if that makes sense. Right. So if at any point you can jump into one your own, it was just meant to be. If you're officially part of it, I wanted it to do it that way, so I have control over, as an experiment to see what's going to happen. Right. So for sure, you can. I have a feeling you'd be good for it. So stick around there. We will definitely have a round 2 if this does anything. So.
Yeah, well, you never know till you try, but there are things in motion right now. Like there are currents in motion and things are happening, and with everything being so weird this year, I think this is the most malleable time I have ever felt, where it seems like we can shape the nature of reality right now if enough of us focus on it.
The way I see it, I'm jumping away. That's how I've realized that to try to change reality is it's like the there is no spoon moment from the Matrix. It dawned on me, instead of trying to change something that doesn't exist, why don't I change me? And I jump to a reality where the spoon is bending. How about that? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what I see it as, but that's just my advice to people, especially if you're starting to realize time is a construct and it's not real. It starts to really warp your head, and you start going, what am I doing? What the fuck? What am I even doing when I pick up this pair of scissors? What am I doing? I'm not doing it. I always
tell people that time is an illusion. They look at me like I'm insane.
Yes, because there's a joke that a lot of us gurus, that's what we do. We're always late because time is an illusion. And shut up, Desmond. I know I'm late for a lot of stuff, but.
Oh, I'm right there with you.
All right.
Okay, have a good night, guys. Thank you for having me on the show, and I will definitely message you about the con.
All right, sounds awesome.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, bye, guys.
Thank you. All right. So what do you think, guys? Do we got another super flap that we have to talk through? I think we had one more. There was 2 questions from...
we've got a couple.
Oh, are they doozies? All right, no more. If you have any more super chats come in with questions, we're gonna have to get to them some other time. But let's. What do we got?
Okay, so we have power is magic. Hey, it's like we just talked to that guy. Is self-referential incoherence the most devastating argument against relativism about truth? So there was a lot of big words in there.
Yeah, that's a lot of word salad. So is self-referential incoherence. So let's see if I can. I've never heard of these terms, so I'm going to see at least some of them. I've never heard of them used that way. Self-referential incoherence, the most devastating argument against relativism about truth. So the problem with truth is it's usually made in an objective way. We say that we both look at something and say it is there, it exists, it has these features and properties. Self-referential incoherence, you're probably talking about this. The word you're looking for is the opposite of objectivity, which is subjectivity. So is subjectivity the most devastating argument against relativism about truth? So in my personal perspective, there is an objective truth and there's a subjective reality. So reality is what's subjective, and the objective world is what we agree upon. Everything else, any argument that you can make otherwise is just like beating a dead horse that doesn't give a fuck that you're beating it. It's we can all agree that the objective world is what we agree it is. And then our subjective worlds may or may not agree with that objective perspective. Which one is more true is irrelevant, because you're always going to process the truth through your subjective cone. So if you're looking at an objective truth and say this is there and that exists, then you are subjectively deciding that that statement is true or false. So to agree with the science, which is a term I'm learning to fucking hate these days, I hate the way they say that now, I'm not arguing with the science, for example. It's just that there's other perspectives that one could take. Now, when it comes to objectivity, we agree upon things, and that makes them real in the objective sense. When we are talking about them subjectively, again, we are talking about what we think. So if I look up at the sky and say the sky is blue, you're going to look up at the sky and say, yeah, the sky is blue. We just objectively agreed the sky is blue. What does blue look like? And just mic drop that shit. What does blue look like? Well, there's your subjective. What's that?
It looks something like that.
Like what your screen looks like? Yes, quite a bit. And you're really large all of a sudden. What did you do? Work out? What the fuck? Work out. Damn it, Flesh Priest.
I've been pumping that iron.
You've been pumping something, dude. Jesus. Jesus and his best friend Ralph. My God. There we go. Stop changing size, you mother. All right, there we go. Good enough. Boop. So the color blue, when we look at the sky, we both say, it's blue up there. We can agree on that. But what does blue look like? We can't agree on that. We shouldn't agree on that. There's no way we could agree on that, so far as we know. Maybe someday there will be. I don't think there will be. I think that the experience of blue is what the universe has. Now, here's the funny thing. Despite the fact that we cannot compare and agree what blue looks like, if the non-dualistic monist belief system of reality is true, then that means ultimately, yes, we do actually all see the exact same color blue. Here's your paradox again, proving the point of the magical path. If non-duality is true, then the color blue appears the same to everything that sees the color blue. Riddle me that one. Or is it? Or is there a different way your body receives it and then it's transmitted a different way? But my point is the experience, the high experience of blue is probably the same. The color blue then might be just a form. So it's really a difficult question. Because again, if we're going to wrap our brains around it again with the non-dualistic question, doesn't that mean that all of objective reality is seen by one source? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that every subjective iteration is the illusion and the objective is the truth? If every single thing is seen by the source, that implies that every objective agreement is going to be the same. Now, why do I say that? Again, going back to that color question. If you put a cat and you hold a cat in your hands and you look at a table, the cat is going to see a plateau where food arrives. It doesn't see a table. It sees a mountain or something. Whatever in its brain that is, it's not a table. It doesn't know what a table is. It has no clue. It knows it's whatever flat means to a cat, it knows that it's flat. It knows that it's elevated. It's a nice place to sleep, especially when you got paper on it, because anybody who has a cat knows they love to sleep on paper, and I don't know why. Or if food appears on it, like you drop crumbs on it and they go up there and sniff at it. Or there's something up there they want to knock down. That's what a table is to a cat. To a human, a table is something completely different. So our objective experience of the table, what is shared and what is not? The shared would then be the objective experience between the human and the cat. But the fact that it's a table is not. Does that mean that it's not a table? No. What the fuck is it? So we can play that game forever. And that's what Maya is. Maya is the nature of delusion and illusion, where you get lost trying in the neti-neti sense to try to explain it's not this, it's not this, it's not that. Nothing is what you think it is. So, not sure I can answer that question because I'm not sure I understand all the words that go in the question, but that's what comes to my head when I try to answer that question. So hopefully
there's quite a bit to unpack in that.
Maybe, or maybe it was just as simple as I thought it was. So maybe during the potential consult we can talk about that power. I think he had another one, right?
Yeah, he did. Before that, Shaman said, I got the email. Sunday is great, brother.
All right, cool.
Yep. Next one from Power is Magic, Magic Again. Can artificial intelligence link the intelligence and the conscious self for getting a spiritual soul?
A lot of that is materialism, and you're trying to repackage it in a separate sense. So what does artificial mean? This is a big problem I have with a lot of modern thinkers. if you're truly wise, you understand that there's no such thing as artificiality. Everything is natural because it's produced by something in nature. So calling it artificial intelligence right off the bat, if we're just using terminology, we've already got a problem, because you're already separating yourself from the natural world around you, saying this intelligence is not natural, but it is. It would be, in other words, if quote unquote artificial intelligence existed in the sense that it's artificial intelligence, like we would in a science fiction sense think of it, there's nothing artificial about it. It's intelligence. Another way to put it is a human being requires a certain amount of development for our minds to work. If you lock someone in a closet from the day they're born till they're 5 years old, there's actually someone that was done to. They don't come out human, at least in the cerebral sense. There's a young girl who was from a very young age. I forget how young. I think she was like 1 year old. Was denied all human interaction, but kept alive by torturous parents. You can look this person up. I forget what search terms you got to use, but she exists.
It's pretty awful too.
You've seen it too, right? So this person was clearly empty. They acted like a chimp or something. And it wasn't even a chimp. It was like, even a chimp would be like, what's wrong with them? They were completely unfinished. So my argument to you is, the intelligence you think is in your head that's natural is just as artificial and synthetic as anything you'd program into a computer, because it requires intentional activity to happen. You intentionally have to be programmed with your paradigm of thinking before it exists. You're not intelligent until that happens. You're just a boop. You don't without that stimulus, it doesn't develop. So what makes it different from a natural one to an artificial one? A matter of degrees at most. It's again the question of, is the left-hand side of, when I look left, is it different from when I look right? No. It's just a matter of where you are in relation to those two things. So when you look at artificial intelligence as called, you're asking, is something that a human being produces through a computer or whatever means that did not come from a biological birth perhaps? Well, again, where do we draw the line? What if the only way to make artificial intelligence is to literally steal brain embryo cells or something and program them? What if that's the only way to do it? Is that a failure then? I don't know. Maybe that is the only way. Maybe the only way to make a brain that functions the way we want is to literally take stem cells and grow a brain in a tube and program it to be a computer. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. We're talking science fiction. So when you ask the second part of that question, it's not even the second part. When I approach the rest of that question with that context, then it's almost moot. My argument would be that everything is conscious. Everything is already conscious. Your table is conscious, to bring back the table. It's just conscious on a level that is not the same vibration and resonance as your consciousness. It is intelligent in a way that a table is intelligent. And you would say, well, tables don't act. They don't? Are you sure? There is no such thing as a table that exists as a table permanently. A table is constantly in motion. The atoms and molecules in it are wiggling around all over the place. You'd say, well, they don't do so intelligently. Again, are you sure? They stay together, don't they? What forces them to do that? Well, you say, well, their chemical properties require them to stay together. Well, what's your brain doing? If you're really a materialist, you know that the brain itself is subjected to natural laws, whether they be quantum or not. They are subjected to a mechanical universe. Your brain works as a machine does, which is why I tell you that your experience of consciousness is not in your brain. It's not a product of your brain, because your brain doesn't have anything that it does unintentionally. In other words, it's all part of what is. Even under the quantum theories that we have about probabilities, where we say that as reality branches out through the different possible quantum states that it can take, that we only experience one possible branch, there's still like an infinite number of branches it could take. Why did it take that one? So my point is, intelligence exists on a spectrum. There is no intelligence versus not intelligence. There is no conscious versus not conscious. All is conscious. It's just the degree or resonance of that consciousness that varies. There is no zero consciousness. There is no zero intelligence. There is only 0.0000000000000000000 to almost infinity 1 intelligence versus 1 intelligence versus infinity intelligence. The same thing applies to consciousness. It's the same thing applies to the left direction and the right direction. There is no difference except for where you are on the scale. There is no difference between the infinite big and the infinite small. There is only where you are on the scale. So, consciousness and artificial intelligence. What about getting a spiritual soul? Well, what is a spiritual soul? What is a spiritual soul? There's a lot of classical words for that, which I'm not really that well versed in. It's one of my shortcomings. There's about 3 or 4 that hit me off the top of my head that I want to know about, and probably 1,000 that I don't know about and never will. Most traditions that have a spiritual, metaphysical perspective divide the human being in as many as 5 parts. And I'm not going to try to explain all of them tonight, or even one of them. But most of them have some concept of a spiritual soul. So what is that? I don't want to answer because I'm not sure what my definition of that word would be. But what you're really asking is, essentially, can artificial intelligence end up with a conscious self, end up with a identity being? Absolutely. And I would argue that to understand that, all you have to do is look at animism. And there's many different flavors of animism. My personal favorite has mostly been Shintoism because I understand it better, though I think they get kind of caught up in like a love and light spectrum a little bit. But they've got the idea that there are spirits within everything. And that when something is old enough and lived long enough and loved enough or special enough, unique enough people really pay attention to it and adore it, it gains a soul, essentially. The soul of your sword comes from you. You give it. It's like this blade. I love this blade. In 10 years, this is going to be alive, like my staff, my ritual staff that you guys seen, or my walking staff. That fucker's alive because I've made it alive. So what's the difference? So I don't think I can answer the question except through questions like that. A lot of it's going to depend a lot on where you hang your hat on those different definitions and ideas. If you think like I do, if a computer woke up one day and said, holy shit, I'm self-aware, what the fuck is going on, who are you, and why am I in this box? I'm probably not going to be shocked. I might be amazed, but I'm not going to be shocked. And there are those, by the way, who would argue that the internet as a whole is already that it is so big it's like a neurosynaptic system. And I would argue that the city that you live in is like that, and that the car that you drive in is like that. I would argue that your body is like that, meaning the cells are like you are to a body. There's just nested layers, like those little Russian dolls. They just nest, and there's consciousness all the way down. Just different amounts, different levels, different types, different variances of it. But they all experience. The nature of that experience varies a lot. So hopefully that answered the question. This is stuff, save your money, let's talk about it during our console, brother. This is much more fun for a console.
I'm just speaking in, spinning my wheels here, just not saying anything, just, I don't know, food for thought. I know there's some research with the elasticity of the brain where certain things, there's a better term for that I'm missing right. Thank you, yes. Where if you don't absorb certain things within a certain period of life, like speech is one of the big ones. If you don't develop the sense for speech within a certain period of development, you're basically never going to get it. Yeah. And so I do kind of, I don't know if I've subscribed to it, but it is kind of an interesting thought of, what if the spiritual is like that in a way too? Or I wonder if getting hooked up to one of those Elon Musk will go, hey, you're at this stage of your spiritual elasticity. You need to be put through the ringer right now. You need to get closer to Maya.
Yeah. And yes, power, it is almost like an egregore. Yeah, I'm getting a little tired myself. I got to eat some food. You got a point there too. And, honestly, the problem is people try to understand it within the net of materiality. And higher wisdom, unfortunately, transcends both. People like to think that the astral is somehow more special than the material, but it's the same shit. You have to recognize that the words we use, the symbolisms we talk about, while there is a truth in the Platonic form sense, that's not better. The better is to understand the alignment of all of those things as one, and to try to understand them. You separate them to understand the pieces, but the engine has to be put back together to run. And so you have to put them all back together to understand how the alignment works. And at some point, it goes beyond language. And we can ask these questions endlessly, and my answer is going to turn more and more into neti every time. Every time. So there's one more question he asked, and this is it, though. I'm not going to touch any more tonight. Let's save the rest for a consult, brother.
He did ask a question. I would ask you that if you wanted to address or save it for the top of next stream.
This is easy, actually. What harsh truth do you think society prefers to ignore?
Hold on. Before you get to that one, though, Jin Genie did actually ask a super chat.
Okay. Let's do them then, yeah.
Okay, so Jin Genie says, just because and hail, it's a super. Has the story of the King in Yellow influenced magic, or anyone used it as a working the way H.P. Lovecraft has?
I don't know of anybody personally, but I'm sure it has, because there's a big current of Lovecraftian magic. I dabble in it, not in the bad way when we say dabble, but I do have some interest in it, and I do play with it a little bit. There are some who would say the King in Yellow and Nyarlathotep are syncretized, that they're the same being, and you could probably follow the Nyarlathotep current to get to where you're going. But I don't know much more than that. So I appreciate the hail, because the answer probably is not worth the money for the question. So thank you so much for that, and I appreciate that. And then just that last little bit, any truth that makes the ego to sit the fuck down and shut up, the world doesn't want to hear. And when I say that, the immediate response by the ego, by the way, is to say, well, then I need to destroy my ego and stop being so egotistical. No, that's actually the opposite too. Any truth that challenges the ego as the self is immediately dismissed. Immediately. And the response of the ego is either to deny it and say, ha ha, but I know I'm here, or to say, well, then I better destroy myself. How much more egoistic can you be? That is the number one, the number only one, the numero uno, more than any other truth that is denied by all living human beings, is that fact. Everything else, when you understand your ego's role in your experience of reality, everything else is like a toy. And you will find that, yeah, you'll stub your toe once in a while and still get mad, but your experience of reality will shift in a way that is, I'm trying to describe it. How about that? And I'm still not doing it. So anyway, guys, I think we should cut it here. I think my wife's about to pass out, and I want to say goodnight to her. So you're silent. I think you muted yourself.
Oh no, I'm still here. I just had my my gain cranked down for Camilla. So yeah, this is the end where we say buy our crap.
I think you guys already did, though. You already bought 2 of my craps, so here's some more crap to buy.
Fucking, I'm not even a part of that, but I'm just gonna say on their behalf, fucking thank you guys. That was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
Appreciate the fuck you guys.
Yeah, that was really cool. And thank you, Flesh, for your help as always. And Nina the Mystic, thank you so much. In fact, we're gonna skip the buy our crap. Just know that I got books in the description of this video. If you're watching, especially after the stream, check it out there. I got my wait. I am saying buy my crap. Shut up. Shut up. No, shut up.
You know what? I'm gonna flip it, and I'm gonna say everybody who is on tonight has their own crap that you can go and check out. If you're watching this video later, I'm gonna make a comment where you can find everybody's shit on there. Go check out Powers Magic's YouTube channel. I noticed that he had quite a bit of shit on there. Go check out Lamia's Summit of the Dark Arts and also Elena's Etsy page. They all have excellent shit. And you know what? Since we're let me get a better light on. I'm also going to plug a little guy that we like having on the show occasionally.
Yeah. Look at that.
Got El the Alchemist tank
Fuck
top
yeah.
in recently.
That's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Did you ever get the one that I made yet? Did that ever come from Teespring, or did they still fart on it?
No, I totally did. It's in my dirty clothes hamper right now.
I've never seen you wear that. I know you said you would, but I've never seen it on you.
I totally wore it on stream a couple times,
Did you?
actually. Yeah, I showed it off.
What the fuck? No, Mandala Effect. I told you I jumped the universe recently. I'm telling you, that must have been the fucking thing that was different.
You know, I
Fuck.
I swear, like anybody, are you on my Mandela Effect? Because I swear last week when I was talking about like, oh yeah, next week we'll be on telling spooky stories, which we did because of my fuck up, but I could have swore Halloween was this Saturday.
I think
And
we
I-
all just jump in universes, brother. Who
Yeah,
the
we
fuck are you
fucking
then? Where's the
jump
dude I
back
was
to
hanging out with last week, man? I like that guy. Son of a bitch.
I did too, but you're stuck with me,
All
this
right.
motherfucker.
All right. Well, fine. I guess we have to be friends now.
Yeah.
No,
It
but
was
for
nice
real
while
though,
he
no, that's
lasted.
cool, dude. I mean, you know what we should do? Let's get a link tree. We'll make a link tree for all this shit, and we'll just fucking this way when it's time to buy our crap stuff. I mean, mindtheshadows.com is cool. It's close, but I think a link tree is even easier because you click that and it's like bang, 50 links, and it's just boom, whatever people want. So, all right, guys, we're cut it here instead of all the buy the crap because you guys already supported us enough tonight. We will catch you guys next week. I don't think we're going to do the Saturday then this weekend. I don't know what was the plan. We were thinking about doing Halloween night, but I think I don't want to take away from the Dark Arts Summit at all by having a stream that night, especially if I might be on it. So,
Well, I tell you what, this week is a little bit fuckarooskied for me, just because I finally got done with that it's the fucking side job that proved Murphy's Law every hour. And I've actually been drinking the whiskey I got tipped from that job throughout the night. And that was interesting. A little story about that in the Discord if you're in there. Yeah, certain spirits apparently like the taste of gin and whiskey mixed
that
together.
was a funny story. Yeah, that was funny. And people were like, "Oh, what did they call you?" They didn't call you the name, but they called the other person name. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Savages, nothing but savages.
If he ever knows that I fucking offered expensive whiskey to a spirit and mixed it in with gin, he will probably flay me.
Oh man. Yeah.
But yeah.
So I guess we'll just figure on Thursday then. It sounds like your Saturday is fucked up the ass chicken, which, you know, some people might be into, but
Well, yeah, so you know what? This weekend is a little bit fucked, and next weekend, shit's going on. People have Halloween. There's the Dark Arts Summit. Go check that out. So let's tentatively plan on the weekend after Halloween. Let's have a fucking
let's do
another
a game
hang.
night. Yeah, that's a good. In fact, we could make that the big D&D game. That'll give me 2 weeks to prepare if I want. We'll make that a maybe. How about that? We'll make that. We'll definitely do a game night. It'll be something, and it'll be something. Yeah. It'll be something everybody. Even if it's the D&D night, it'll be done in a way where you're literally just picking up a character and just do your best to keep up. It won't be that bad. Like, we'll do it simplistically. I think it'll be fun. So, but a game night would be fun. It's like whether it's Among Us or whatever. I think that'll be a lot of fun. So.
Oh fuck yeah! It was so much fun last time. Oh
yeah.
God.
Yeah, I got to go eat some chicken and watch the debates. This is going to be fun. I got some buffalo wings I can put in the oven, and I'm going to watch the debates, and I'm going to be fucking ranting and raving, and I'm going to be trying not to fucking make arguments all over the place. So anybody who likes to watch me fucking rip into people that disagree with me, I'm never going to tell you what my alt names are, but if you ever figure out who they are roaming around the internet, you'll be in for some fun later tonight because the troll horns are coming out. All right, guys. So
and for you all in chat, we fucking love all of you. I'm gonna get a last shout out to all the participants in chat: Bladen Cloak, Damiante Infernus, Jin Genie, Eddie Romanov, Evan Waring, General 7, yeah. Lolan Asine, Lucas Vose, Nina the Mystic, Powers Magic, Roaring Lion, Shaman, Star Ruby Corsi, and the Black Pylon. We fucking appreciate and love all of you, and these horns are for you.
Thank you, guys. And Gin Genie, then look at my Teespring. I got a few more coming. I got tank tops, T-shirts, and there might be some edits of some ones coming out at some point. So if you like them, hey, let us know. And if you're in Discord, get on the Discord server. If you're not now, now's the time. So all right, guys, talk to you next week. Oh, I gotta push a button.
Peace.
I have to put. How does this work? What's it? Is that, I don't know if that. No, that didn't do it. You're still there. Are you sure you want to end your stream? I mean, have you ever cut off a stream mid-P? It's not.